snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays. Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself.
The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Good morning from the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. We have reached the final day of the BetVictor Championship League. Tonight we will crown our champion. But who is it going to be? Well, there's a lot of matches, a lot of frames to get through before we find out. We had, of course, a day of play yesterday and 3 players on 3 points overnight. Tom Ford, Mark Selby and Elliot Sleser. So they're all looking good to qualify for the playoffs. Wuyiza, Sergio Way and Zhang Anda all on 1 point. Matt Selt, though, played 3, lost 3, so he desperately needs points on the board. But, of course, that table will change with every frame that he's played in the various matches across 2 tables. We kick off with Mark Selby. Now, he's looking to win this title for the 3rd year running up against Zhang Anda. And table 2 is just getting underway with Wuyiza against Elliot Sleser. You can watch that on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. So day 16 of 16, it all ends here tonight. Who is going to be the champion? Mark Selby, you've got to feel Scott's favourite with his record in the event. Let's see, though. Zhang Anda, of course, just a few days ago was in Hong Kong in the final of the World Grand Prix. We certainly saw early on yesterday the tiredness. He lost to Wuyiza, but he had a little sleep in the hotel, came back, beat Tom Ford, and then he lost in a decider to Elliot Sleser. Selby lost his first match, but won his next 3 and has looked very, very good as ever. Dominic Dale alongside me. We were here, Dominic, January the 2nd. This looked a long way off this day, but here we are, the final day.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure now really does ramp up on these players as they bid to gain positions into the semi-final playoffs later today. Mark Selby looking very good, but things were looking bleak early on in this group. He'd lost his first match 3-1 and looked very, very close to losing his second match until he played a terrific snooker from the pink against Matt Selt and got the snooker and ended up winning the match, and it certainly transformed his fortunes and his confidence in particular, and that was a great opening red. That was a tough black as well, but another great pot, and he's in first here with a great chance to score heavily.
8.
Yes, he's got the pedigree, of course, and the experience to win this title again, but let's see, because
9.
first things first, it's about getting to the playoffs, and he's not far from that now. Certainly if he won this match, he'd be in. And then, of course, it does become different in the knockout phase. We've seen that throughout all the groups.
Yeah, and if I were in Mark Selby's position, defending champion, of course, but, you know, if he wins this match and wins it comfortably enough, he's, as you say, Dave, he's guaranteed to be in the playoffs. And well, if I were he, I'd be thinking about taking a little bit of a mental breather thereafter for the remaining matches and until those semi-final playoffs later today. Just because you play a lot of group matches and a lot of pressure on every match that you play, so if you can just regale yourself a little by not committing too much once you've already qualified, I think that could be beneficial to him, certainly.
17.
I agree, although it's not really how Selby rolls, is it? He tends to give commitment to every match. Anyway, he's in here with a nice chance already just to get going again.
18.
He's had an outstanding season, of course, won the Champion of Champions and the UK Championship. He's actually won 75% of all the matches he's played this season.
Yes, and he leads the head-to-head here with Zhang Anda comfortably by 6 matches to 1. And some of those victories were rather comfortable ones, although Zhang Anda did beat him in the 2024 Players' Championship. Went to a deciding frame, he won 6-5.
26.
was interestingly played. You could see the cue ball there. Have a look at the cue ball here, and it rebounds off the side cushion. You'll see it advance towards the middle of the table. Oh, just a fraction. But a lot of players play that shot now to try and keep the cue ball in the middle of the table. And that's the reason why he's not badly on this red to the centre. But this is a very sharp start from Mark Selby.
34.
Yes, of course, he's only the second group he's played in because he won the group he came into, Group 5. So he's actually had 10 centuries in this tournament, 55 across the season. So the heavy hitting has been there right from the off.
Couldn't generate enough pace off the cushion rails to get nicely on his next red.
38.
I'm sure he intended for the cue ball to rebound off that right side cushion. It didn't quite reach it, but he's just travelled far enough to be on this red.
$39.
39-0 the score, as you see there. We've just got a slight issue with our graphic, but Mark Selby, no issues for him in this opening frame.
Something you'll always notice, and especially you'll be aware of as a player, that the cushions initially in a match will play a little bit slower as they will play later on. They'll speed up as the day progresses.
47.
That's because they're freshly brushed and freshly ironed, and they're covered overnight, these tables. And the cushions begin to play slowly, and then play quicker the more we play on them.
52.
Lead of 52. Deciding to run through the two reds for probably the black. Just misjudged the second cannon there. Thought he'd glance off the red. He caught more of it than he thought he would, so this black's a little bit of a cutback.
Well, it's turning into
60.
an immaculate start and just sort of laying down a marker for everybody else today. Justifying his status as the man to beat here, you feel.
61.
So there you see a snooker already required, but I don't think Zhang An is going to get the chance to come back to the table. What a great
69.
opening frame this has been.
$76. 77.
Oh, this is the wonderful red that he got in with. Stroked it home beautifully. Landed low on the black, probably intentionally, because he couldn't have expected to have knocked that long red in. But it was a great black and a great positional shot from it.
84.
That's given him victory in this opening frame here today.
Well, we'll have to deal with the awkward red to make the century.
And unless I missed one yesterday, Dave, will it be his 950th of his career?
Yeah, that's right. He actually broke down a couple of times in the 90s with a chance to do it yesterday, but let's see if he can here.
92. 98.
I'm just seeing if it goes past the green.
Oh, I'm not sure it will, you know. He might try and pot this off the yellow, you know.
Well, if he gets this, he deserves all the accolades that are coming his way. Great effort. So the 950th century will have to wait, but 98 is a fine start to the final day for the defending champion, Mark Selby, who in no time at all leads Zhang Anda by 1 frame to 0. Remember, it's best of 5 to collect another point. 3 frames needed. Table 2, Elliot Sleser is ahead against Wu Yize in their opening frame. And of course, big day. We talk about Selby winning it for 3 years running, but someone like Elliot Sleser yet to win a professional title. Sergio Wei is in the same position. It would be a huge day for them, of course, if they could get their hands on the trophy. That frame's just finished. Sleser taking it pretty comfortably. And of course, overnight, Elliot Sleser on 3 points with Selby and Tom Ford. So again, if he wins that match, he's effectively qualified. £10,000 to the winner tonight, plus all the money that's been accrued along the way, plus the Championship League trophy. Natalia Gradinari, our referee, setting them up for frame 2. Zhang Anda was a bit part player there, wasn't he, in that frame, really?
Second frame.
Nothing he could have done about that.
Mark Selby to break.
No, and there wasn't that much wrong with his break-off. It was only a couple of inches off the baulk cushion. So there's no cause to criticise himself for the break-off shot. It was just a fabulous long red from Mark Selby, which he could easily have missed and left on. But that's not a good break-off from Mark Selby, however, at the beginning of this second frame. And straight in here now, Zhang Anda with an opportunity of his own. Will he risk playing down for the black? I think I would. Keeble wouldn't be travelling as far. But if he overruns it, he may not be able to see enough of it. But he's okay.
Wow.
Well, then he got back into the UK a few hours before, started to play yesterday because, of course, he was in Hong Kong Sunday in the final of the World Grand Prix, lost 10-6 to Xia Xingtong. So it wasn't a surprise he lost his first match, but let's not forget he made a 1-4-3 later on in the day, the highest break of the group so far, and the front runner for the £1,000 prize. So he did win 1 match of the 3. He's got this one and another 2 to come.
I just wonder how Zhang Anda slept yesterday. If he's jet-lagged, he may have struggled to
16.
actually fall asleep. He's underhit that one quite badly. I expect him to pot the red, but there's no guarantee of position from it. Oh, he's overcut the red. That was a big mistake. Probably still disappointed with the previous positional shot to it, and that could be costly. Yeah, I was just saying, you know, I don't know how Zhang Anda would have slept yesterday if he's jet-lagged, because I know from a British point of view, when we used to travel to China in events, we couldn't fall asleep till 5 o'clock in the morning. And you'd give up sometimes halfway through the night, and you'd pick your cue up and go to the practice room and practice for an hour at 3 o'clock in the morning, only to go into the practice room and find you couldn't get a table because everybody else was just like you.
One.
I think Mark Selby be a little disappointed that he's faced with such a difficult pink here. I don't think the black will pot. He may consider the blue, but it's too straight really to get position from.
Well, in goes the pink, so he's away again. Red's in play, black available. He's already made 98 this morning. It's been a very interesting season in terms of the tournaments being shared around, all the ranking events won by different players. Selby and Karen Wilson, and indeed Zhao Xingtong have won more than one title, but of course that includes invitation events. Just shows the strength in depth. It's very hard in this era to dominate. What does it even mean to dominate now? Because there's 25 tournaments, so how many would you have to win to be said to be dominating? 10, 15? It's just not going to happen. But of course, the really big titles are the ones that the likes of Selby would target, and he has won the UK Championship already this season. And must go to the Crucible in April for the World Championship as one of the favourites.
Well, if he does go to the World Championships as one of the favourites, which he undoubtedly will, he won't want to be drawing a fellow Leicestershire Cuman. He's struggled against players such as Ben Wollaston and Joe O'Connor at the Crucible. He'll want to avoid those players if
24.
indeed they qualify.
Yeah, it's the first time in his career actually he's lost first round 2 years running, so it just tells you there's no guarantees even for players in good form. I mean, going there last year, he just got to the Tour Championship final, so he was playing well. But anyway,
31.
that's all to come. There's a lot of snooker before then, not least today, with another trophy on the line.
Two. $38. $39.
He won't be pleased with that positional shot to the black. He's severely hampered now by the red behind the cue ball. And because of that, he's going to try and drop the pink in very slowly for the red at the bottom of that little trio there. Well, he preferred to play a cannon, because if you play a very slow pink into the centre pocket, it's easy for it to just drift off course
45.
a few millimetres and you can miss it very easily, so he played a more positive shot there. But this really is Mark Selby at his best
46.
so far this morning.
He didn't have a single 3-0 yesterday, but Selby pushing on towards 2-0 here.
$53. $54.
He didn't play a good break-off, did he? He left Zhang in, but Zhang's visit didn't come to much.
60. $61.
So one more red after the black, and it's going to be 2-0.
Yes, just needs this
68.
red. He would have preferred the cue ball to have been a few more inches off the side cushion, but it's a comfortable bridge hand, as you can see. He's missed it, has he? I thought he had. He was up off the shot as the red was travelling across the table there. And Zhang Anda sprung out of his chair there to approach the table. He's 52 behind, but 59 points potentially still remain. Did that red just drift off course a touch? I wonder.
$1.
Straight away, he's put himself under it here. He needs to pop this black, otherwise he can only tie. So this has to go in. Yeah, nicely done.
$8.
Well, I think this red will pass the blue into the yellow pocket, and it's not too much of a risk to take it on.
Yeah, so this would be something if he could clear up here, because for all day long it was 2-0, so it seemed.
Well, considering the angle he has on this black, I think I'll be playing for a double now on the red that's closest to the cue ball, near that right side cushion. It's fairly straightforward to leave a good angle for the double, and it wouldn't be too difficult to double. Pretty 50-50 really. He's played a dreadful shot there, under-hit that. Seemed to stun the cue ball too much.
16.
Has rather killed the pace of it, but he could still attempt the red near the green. But no. Does he really think he can double this? He'd have to play it with pace. Oh, he's missed it. He could have left that double a lot easier than he did do, and, well, that's gone wrong.
16.
Just the red required now by Mark Selby to take a 2-0 lead, barring snookers.
Yeah, so he didn't kill it off in one visit, but it looks like it's his frame now, and a 2-0 lead as well. Checking the scores, only one snooker needed, so he'd like this pink in. Zhang may play on, but it's a tall order really, because of who he's playing. Straight away he's in a snooker and he nods his head, and that's that. He did have a couple of chances, particularly really the first one off the Selby break-off, but anyway, it's Mark Selby's frame, and it's looking like Mark Selby's match at the moment. 2-0 and in full control, with, of course, if he wins this match, he's pretty much guaranteed a playoff place later on. Hell, it's Sleser in the same
59.
boat next door. If he wins against Wu Yizi, he'll be on 4 points, and he's got a great chance to get to 2-0. He's already 36 in front, so he'll need another red off the blue, and there'll be snookers required. And Wu Yizi, of course, on 1 point, so he does have 2 more matches after this. He's not lost this one yet, of course, but
64.
he's in that position where he might have to rely on, you know, a result in another match going his way, which is not where you want to be. You want to have it in your own hands. Ooh, the red's not in. The red's not in, so 41 in it, 43 on.
Elliot Sleser, 64.
Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel for a dramatic frame there.
2 numbers, red.
Well, again, it's not a bad break-off. The cue ball probably no more than 4 inches off the baulk cushion, but when Mark Selby's playing, that could be deemed a mistake, because this red is potable. Oh, a long way off. A long way off. And I'm sure as Zhang returned to his chair, he probably felt, like I did, that that was a bit of a mistake, but I'll be pleased that he played the break-off now the way he did, because he's in straight away now with an opportunity. And he may choose to play for the green here, just to get it back on its spots. Players don't like it normally when the baulk colours are down this end of the table. Shake of the head. Expected a much finer contact on the red, which would have left him on the green. He's on nothing now.
Number 1.
Well, because the cue ball isn't close to the brown, he's able to play this with backspin or topspin. Oh, he's left the red on. It wasn't easy, the pot, it has to be said. He played it plain ball to make the pot as easy as it could be. But just look where the red's finished. If the green wasn't blocking the black to the left corner, I think Mark Selby would play the yellow to be on a red to the right of the pink. But because of that green, I think he's deciding now to play into the pack at pace. Now a delicate cannon, he's to trust to luck. It's just about okay, but he can't hold for the green from this red, there's too much angle on it, so not an easy positional shot now to his colour. Well, he may have been fortunate in some ways there, because if he pots the blue, he could play for the red closest to the black, which would be the ideal red to remove. May have a natural angle here to just come off 2 cushions back down for that red by the black. Players don't like it when a colour like the green is getting mixed up in areas of the table it's got no right to be in. But in general, Mark Selby happy with how this match is going. Zhang's had a few chances, he's not quite at the races, and of course in best of fives you've got to be really on it from very early on, otherwise it's just too late. Selby was, we saw he made 98 in the first frame. You'll notice whenever you watch Mark Selby play that he's able to screw the cue ball around the angles much easier than most players can. He's had this cue for 20 years now. 2006 he began using this cue. And it's quite a soft piece of ash, which certainly benefits you in terms of creating spin on the cue ball. but the tip size is only 8.7 millimeters. That is tiny. Which is remarkable, really. You normally associate the bigger tip sizes with the solid all-round players, and Mark's certainly one of those. Players with more flair tend to use smaller tip sizes, which enables them to play shots with flair, screw the cue ball around the angles, create a lot of side spin, etc, etc. Well, that's beautifully controlled, and the key thing is there, not only is he on a red with the opportunity to finally get that green back on its spot, the other red that he cannoned hasn't blocked the black, so that's available into the opposite corner.
33.
And it's all going swimmingly for Mark Selby at the moment.
Yeah, it's a great chance to get it won and reserve a bit of mental energy for later on, the playoffs, the most important matches of the whole event, the semi-finals and final, if he gets that far. Just to say, Elliot Sleser did win that frame we were watching. We saw him miss the penultimate red, but he's won the frame, so 2-0 up on Wu Yize. Selby actually and Sleser, their last match in the group will be against each other, but of course if they both win these matches, it will be a little bit of a dead rubber, really, which I think would suit both of them.
Now, here's a shot that a lot of players would struggle with, to pot the red and hold for the black in the opposite corner. Mark, with his cue, is capable of playing that, but whether he'll risk it, I don't know. I decided to come around the angles for blue or pink. You'd have liked to have been straight on the red, though, to hold for the black. That would have simplified things. A slightly more complex positional shot is needed here. It's amazing how things can begin to go wrong very easily. Straight on the previous red, he'd have been on the other side of the table and unable to play the black and cannon reds out of the way. Now he's having to play tricky positional shots.
43.
Very, very nearly caused himself a problem there. That cue ball just seemed to run forever, but he's still not ideally placed on this red. Can he go around the back of the black to play it to the right corner? Easily. This is where he wanted to be 4 or 5 shots ago.
Black puts him 57 in front, so another red and a colour, and it's 3-0, and it's all done for this match. And it will put Mark Selby into the playoffs.
56.
And the way he's played here
57.
at the start of the final day of the Championship League, he's just sending out a message to everybody else. I've won this the last 2 years. I'm in the mood to do the hat-trick. He's got all the experience in the world, of course, of winning titles, far more than anyone else in this group.
64.
And this result could benefit Wu Yize on the other table, who's currently 2-0 down in his match. He's just ahead of Zhang Anda in the group. So this result could do Wu Yize a bit of a favour, potentially.
72.
Well, we've been talking about this 950th century for a while, but surely it's now going to be made, and it's a little milestone in a career full of them.
80.
All is not lost for Zhang Anda because he stays on to play Sergio Wei, he plays Matt Selt as well, so he can still get to 3 points. That might be enough.
Thank you. 81.
But he must be exhausted after his... it's not just the travel, it's just the mental energy put into that tournament last week. It was a huge tournament, he played really well, he had some big scalps. So it's no disgrace to have struggled a bit here.
88. $89.
Selby 5th on the all-time list of century break makers. The 4 above him, of course, have all made 1,000 centuries. Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins, Judd Trump and Neil Robertson.
96.
He's not far behind them. Yellow and green for career century number 950.
$98.
Superb performance, and what a way to finish.
101.
His 11th century of the Championship League, his 56th of the season. He's top of that list. And he's top of the list of likely winners you do feel for this tournament.
105. $110.
Zhang Anda had a couple of chances, but
160.
Mark Selby, right from the off in this match, first visit in fact, was on it. Made 98, dominated the second frame, and it's cleared up with 123 in the third. That's our first whitewash of the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League, and it is the defending champion who has administered it. Mark Selby beats Zhang Anda 3-0 to move up to 4 points and a place in the playoffs later on. Zhang has sat down because he will be in action 5 minutes from now against Sergio Wei.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League Tour winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again!
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
What a performance we've just seen from Mark Selby. What a way to start the final day of the 2026 Invitational version of the BetVictor Championship League. Mark Selby recording the first 3-0 win of this group. That means he's officially the defending champion, is our first semi-finalist. Now we are seeing Zhang Ganda, who's in a must-win situation here against Sir Zhao Wei. Still 2-0 on the other table, by the way, to Elliot Sleser.
Okay. All the best. The first frame, Zhang Ganda to break.
So Zhang Ganda can still qualify for the playoffs, but he has to win his last two matches against Sir Zhao Wei here, and then a little later on this table against Matthew Selt. And even then, it might not be good enough.
Completely mistimed the strike of the cue ball there, Sir Zhao Wei. He looks to have been a little fortunate there and not left an easy pot on. Oh, but that was a beauty from Zhang Ganda, the best shot that he's played so far today. But does the black pass the green? I think it might do, but I don't think there's a lot of room there.
Yeah, the overhead shot, I think, does tell us that the black will go.
Sang under 1.
The situation for Sergio Wei in terms of qualifying for the semi-finals, a little more wiggle room for him than for Zhang. Sergio Wei has got 1 point, but he's got 3 matches left.
Yes, it'll certainly help Sergio Wei should Uiza be defeated over on the other table in his match with Elliot Sleser.
That's the thing with this format. Selby playing brilliantly at the moment.
8.
Carrying all before him. Won 4 consecutive matches after losing his first. But when you get to the semi-finals, the slate is wiped entirely clean and you start from scratch.
Yes, the mindset changes though come the semi-finals. It's a straight knockout and you're playing for the title, of course. That's on the line here today. A bit like the curling, if you've been watching the Winter Olympics. You play all these group matches, but once they're completed, if you remain in the event at the semi-final stages when gold, silver and bronze medals are on the line, it's a completely different mindset. And there's a lot more pressure on the players.
Yeah, really good analogy actually, Dom. Felt so sorry for the GB duo, who was so good in the round-robin phase, but then eventually finished 4th, so missing out on the medal.
Yeah, I've been watching all the curling. I've been glued to the Winter Olympics for a couple of days before I came here for the commentary. I do love winter sports and I've been watching the curling. It's very interesting sport, curling, isn't it? Sergio Wei didn't get enough stunning to the key ball there, so that's why he's low on this red. But if he can pot it, he'll be scattering reds far and wide, and because of that there's pressure on this pot, but he'll only be playing it at a very quiet pace.
Just caught the green on the way through, otherwise he would have been banging.
This green causing all sorts of problems. I think it's the second consecutive frame when it's been at this end of the table. Very unusual, that. It's a rarity when a bulk colour's at this end of the table, but to see it happen twice in succession is a real rarity.
Head-to-head wise, it is 3-1 for Zhang Anda over Sergio Wei. All of those meetings in ranking events. It was 3-0 actually, but winning their most recent encounter 5-3 in the quarterfinals of the Wuhan Open in 2024. Absolutely superb pot. That is the strength of Sergio Wei's game, potting. The outstanding strength. One of Sergio Wei's defeats against Zhang was rather extraordinary. 4-2, Zhang beat him in the last 32 of the Scottish Open in 2023. Sergio Wei made breaks of 115, 60, 55 and 52 and lost 4-2. They are the kind of matches, Dom, that take a while to get over.
Yeah, it sounds almost like some of the Neil Robertson matches. He's performed terrifically well in terms of potting and break building and general scoring, and ended up on the losing end of matches. Seems to be indicative of a style of play that's more heavily potting orientated and not so much on the safety side and tactical side of a match.
12.
We might be able to mildly criticise his tactical abilities, Serge Aoué, but you couldn't possibly pick fault with his cue action. I think it's one of the most fluent and fluid in the game.
Well, yeah, one of his other major assets
20.
for me is his temperament and his calmness. And I've noticed that even under a great deal of pressure, he'll still take his pots on the way he normally does. He won't change his game. And he's still able to find really good pots when they're needed most, and not every player is capable of that. But as he gets older, that's a side of things that might just change a little.
Like so many young players these days, not trying to use his left hand.
28.
Didn't seem all that stable there, but it went in.
$35.
There's a red right in the middle of that group of 5 that will pot into the right corner. I just wonder if he has enough angle on the black to work with, though, to play for it. Don't think he has.
$43.
Break goes to 43. It might end at 43. Serge Aoué 64 in front, but pertinently 67 on the table.
Serge Aoué 43.
I saw him do this yesterday, play a safety shot, and no, I don't like to use the word careless, but he's carelessly left a red on there, and he shouldn't have. Because Zhang, looking at the scores, might think, right, if I take this red on, I can get on the black here. And basically, from Serge Aoué's point of view, he could be one pot away here from still potentially losing this frame with the advantage that he has. There's no way that Zhang Anda should be coming to the table with potable reds. And there you go. And it wouldn't surprise me overly if Zhang Anda were to score heavily from this. Just needs one good positional shot, and then there's a real danger that Serge Aoué, because of that previous safety shot, could lose this frame.
Zhang Anda 1, frame conceded.
Serge Aoué, his slackness with the safety hasn't caused him any problems. He was let off the hook there. Not a good morning so far for Zhang Anda, making very little impact on proceedings. Now he trails Serge Aoué 1-0. Zhang has been out there for less than an hour, and he's lost 4 frames in succession. His hold on semi-final ambitions being loosened by the frame. He made a mad dash from Hong Kong and the World Grand Prix, where on Sunday he appeared in the final, lost to Zhao Xintong gave a good account of himself in the final, actually, but Zhao was irresistible that day, making 5 centuries. So then he gets on a plane for a 15-hour journey back to Britain, arrives early in the morning yesterday in Manchester, gets a taxi over here, tries his very best, but that kind of schedule, Dom, it eventually will catch up on you.
Yes, I think a lot of it depends on how much you're able to sleep on the aircraft over, but you know, when if you have to actually change flights, sometimes there can be a long connection time and that can take even more out of you. He's only 34 years old. I'm assuming that he managed to get a lot of sleep last night, but it just depends if he's jet lagged. I mean, he was out in Hong Kong for a good few days. I guess he would have acclimatised to their time differences there, so who knows, but he's been struggling here, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't take anything back because by getting to the final in Hong Kong, he's booked his place at the Players' Championship in Telford next week. Won £80,000 as runner-up.
Second frame. So shall we to break?
Now, though, his chances of making the semi-finals are diminishing fast.
Well, he could very well take this red on into the corner pocket. The cue ball could rebound off the top cushion between the red and the black to go away for safety, but he's imparting backspin to the cue ball. Oh, that was a great pot, but unlucky with the cannon to the black. A cannon that was probably unintended, though.
No 3-0s yesterday. Already today we've had 2, because over on table 2, Elliot Sleser has just completed a 3-0 win over Wu Yizi. So Sleser joins Mark Selby in the semi-final playoffs. No breaks of any great note against Wu Yizi. Sleser's highest in the match, 64 in frame 2. Next up on table 2, it is Tom Ford against Matt Selt. If Ford were to win, he'd move to 4 points, and he would join Sleser and Selby in the semi-finals as well.
That's a wonderful safety shot from Zhang Anda. Played that with a lot of check side. In that case, it was left-hand side on the cue ball. Commentators often refer to running side and check side. That can be left-hand side or right-hand side, just depends on what area of the table and the type of shot that you're playing. Basically, running side accelerates the cue ball off the cushion rails. Check side slows it down.
Foul.
And that's how Zhang Anda played the previous safety shot. He used check side to create the right angle for the cue ball to get in behind the green, but it slowed it down, so he had to play the safety shot with more pace for the cue ball to get behind the green. Well, Zhang hasn't had a look at the 2 reds below the pink yet, but there could be a plant for that left corner, but he hasn't seen them yet. They look close to me. And they are a definite plant. Zhang could have played that previously.
And a miss. And a Zhang under 4.
Must be taking on this red. Does the black pot to the same corner? I think so. Oh, nicely cued. And he looks to be on the black. This is one of the best chances that Zhang Anders had so far today.
And this is the big plus point of Zhang Anders' game when he's in and around the black. He's got really good concentration. And that's why he can be such a relentlessly heavy scorer.
Nine.
I was looking at Zhang Anders' career record as regards century breaks, and he's actually... I thought this must have been a mistake, or I must have misread it or something, but he's made 185 career centuries, but 5 of them have been maximums, which is incredible, really, because that's a maximum every... Well, what would that be? Every 89 centuries? Something like that? I mean, that's incredible.
What was the total century figure again, Dom?
I've got written down 185, am I wrong?
23. Well, 5's into 185, that's 37. 1 in every 37.
24.
5's into 200 with 40, Dom, come on.
Of course.
When you needed snookers, you could work out how many you needed quicker than that.
Beginning to wonder if I ever could. Goodness gracious. My invitation to countdown has gone for a Burton Phil.
Well, you might struggle on the numbers, but you've got plenty of words, Dom. I've got a 10-letter word, bridge rest. That would be your speciality.
Oh, no, it wouldn't. Oh, well, yes, it would. I don't use the slang, do I, for that? Which is what? What's the slang word for bridge rest? Spider, isn't it?
That every other human being in the world uses.
I don't like spiders. Well, actually, I don't. Actually, I'm all right with spiders. Wasps, I don't like, Phil. I'm spexophobic.
See, there's another word you could use.
38.
Well, Zhang isn't going to make a maximum here, but at least he's got his hand on the table and he's feeling a little better about himself, having been battered in the previous 4 frames he's played this morning. As this morning becomes this afternoon, maybe an upturn in fortunes. Annoyingly incorrect side of the blue, and he's not got a great amount of angle on the blue either, so might have to just roll this one in and leave mid-distance.
Well, the easier pot would be the left-hand red of those 3. It's straighter, but the better red to play positionally would be the middle red of the 3. And that's the one he's taking on. goes. The lead increases now. Still 75 points remaining. But he's just 3 or 4 more pots away now from winning his first frame of the day.
$55.
Absolutely cracking player, Jhangander. Hard to believe, given his skill set and now his experience. He's never won a match at the Crucible.
61.
So 5 reds left on the table. Sergio being enticed to come back. He needs 1 snooker. One snooker dom, and with the reds dropping like they have, 1 snooker and a real unforeseen run of the balls, because hard to imagine Zhang will relinquish his hold on this frame now.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 snooker required to be able to win the frame by single point. But you have 2 players here who are complete opposites to one another in terms of the way they think and the way they play the game. Sergio Hui rather one-dimensional in terms of potting and break building. Doesn't have a tactical game, really. Jhangander, a real all-rounder. Oh, did I detect that red was just clipped? I thought I saw the red move. Oh yeah, clobbered the red.
Referee Andrew Bocklem correcting his original call. A call that's now rendered academic, because that is the end of the frame. And with that, Jhangander equalises at 1 frame each. He's finally got a frame on the board today. This is the situation in the opening frame on table 2, where Matt Selt just tried to clip off that mini bunch of reds.
On forward 4. Right. Yep.
In his last match last night, Matt Selt, he lost 3-1 to Elliot Sleser. He might well have won 3-1. He missed a very straightforward pink at one stage.
Right.
And in another, he was 66-0 ahead. He missed a black off its spot, and Sleser won by a single point on the black in the end. Fine margins, Dom, but that's what the Championship League is all about.
Yes, and players know the importance of every frame, let alone every match that's played within the group stages, and you can cause yourself all sorts of problems by losing frames you should never lose, and sometimes you can end up losing the whole match because of a careless shot somewhere that just plays on your mind a little. Tom Ford. Is he attempting this red?
The third frame.
Long way off.
Sang under to break.
I don't think he's going to get away with this. So early stages in that match, but it's available for you via our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, should you wish to watch Matt Selt in action there with Tom Ford. As we head back to our main table, set up nicely at 1 frame all.
Don't know what it is about that particular pocket, that particular kind of pot, but every time they're missed, it seems as though the players are hitting them too thick, and in some instances grossly thick.
Yes, that's because they're playing them with running side, and because you're playing it with such a lot of pace, if you push through any object, really, it can be even on your coffee table at home, if you push through an object to the left, it pushes that object to the right because that's where the greater mass is. And players are just misjudging that initial movement of the cue ball by a long way, and that's why we're seeing these mistakes. And normally when you see a pot missed at that pace with running side over distance, you'll see them missed
6.
Almost always on the thick side.
Just to put a little more detail on what I was telling you before about Zhang Anda not winning a match at the Crucible, it's not as though he's had limited visits there. He's actually been involved in the final stages of the World Championship 5 times, including each of the last 2 years.
14.
But on all 5 trips to the Crucible, he's been defeated in round 1.
50.
Not a record, by the way, for most appearances at the Crucible without winning a match. Cliff Wilson and Rex Williams share that. 8 appearances, 8 first-round defeats. That said, though, both were superb players. Rex Williams, a ranking event finalist in his 50s, former world billiards champion. Cliff Wilson, the consummate entertainer.
Yeah, I once played Cliff Wilson in a friendly exhibition, best of 3, when I was about 15 years old, but I knew him very well latterly. He was still a professional when I was playing in the early 90s and knew him quite well, and his wife. Lovely people, very fun-loving, that's for certain. And as you say, a great entertainer, Cliff Wilson. And Caldecott and Gwent.
He did one of the nicest things I've ever seen a professional player do in terms of interaction with the crowd. Qualified for the Masters, which was then at Wembley, and during the interval, he didn't go back into his dressing room. He went up into the crowd and sat with some Chelsea pensioners. That was Cliff all over. Good guy.
Yeah, he actually retired from snooker for years and years and came back
32.
To play the game.
Yeah, former world seniors champion Cliff Wilson won it at Stoke, I recall, beating Eddie Charlton in the final. They were chalk and cheese, those two.
Probably played for the black. I'm not sure he's on it, but he does have the pink available to him, but it's a very awkward little cut into the left centre pocket. Does he feel he can get through to the black? Problem is, in playing the pink, there's no guarantee that he'll be on a red afterwards. Oh, it's a good pot, but he's having to hope to be on a red, and I don't think he is.
39.
No, I think they're all blocking one another. There is a red he could cut in. It's a very thin cut. Oh, does the bottom red pot? It doesn't look as though it does. It must do. Yeah, no problem.
40.
Oh, it's not the worst kiss on the blue, but it's a little thinner than you'd like into the green pocket. Well, he's right in here now, and he'd be bitterly disappointed not to score heavily enough to win the frame from here.
46.
In this winners group, at the last gasp, he won Group 7, the last of the regulation groups, beating Jack Lazowski 3-2 in their semi-final when Lazowski missed the pink on the verge of victory. And then in the final of the group, he overcame Zusa 3-1.
$61. $62.
A cannon to the red nearest the pink would be ideal here. Played it perfectly. Well, he's beginning to find his form now, Zhang Anda, but I have to say, I don't think he did all that much wrong in his first match with Mark Selby. It was just Mark Selby's form was imperious.
Looking for his 13th century in the tournament as a whole. He won the High Break Award
76.
in Group 7 with a 140.
77.
And he's in line for the High Break bonus in this group, having put together a 143 and beating Tom Ford 3-1.
$84. 85. $90. 91.
Perfectly on the black to stun him behind the remaining red. Doesn't want to cannon into it. Oh, he's left that just about as awkward
98.
as he could have done. I still fancy him to pop this though.
$99.
A typical Zhang Anda break this. Some lovely precision.
106. 108.
These groups often take a radical twist. Is Zhang going to pull himself up by his bootstraps and make the semi-finals? If he does, he'll be feeling good going into them.
115. 120.
So I imagine this is his 13th century in the tournament. If he pots pink and black, it would be his 5th break of 130 or more.
133 in the frame, Zhang under.
The A to Z of break building from Zhang under. Really good stuff. He's still retaining hope of making the playoffs later on today. He's taken a 2-1 lead over his fellow countryman, Sir Wei. Might be a good moment to dip into table 2, see what's occurring over there, because right now every single match is of real importance. Selt, who could still make the semi-finals, has to win his last 3 matches. Well, he's made a good start to this one. He's 1-0 up on Tom Ford. I was about to say in with an opportunity in the second frame, but that positional cannon didn't quite work out as intended.
No, he tried to cannon the red full ball. He's very lucky, actually, to be on the black at all, and considering that, he'll be very pleased that he's still able to cut this black in. Selt, who absolutely loves this cue of his, but unfortunately it was badly broken in Saudi last year. In fact, I don't know how it happened, but his whole sport tube, the ski tube that players convey their cues in for long-haul flights, was somehow crushed, probably by some sort of hydraulic door or something, but it crushed his ski tube, broke his cue case, and of course therefore the cue inside it. But he's had a lot of remedial work done on the cue, and he seems to be playing well with it again. So Wei on our main table, about to break off. 2-1 behind now, with work to do.
Yes, Sir Wei's another one who could still make the playoffs quite conceivably. But if he loses this frame, or indeed this match, he would then need to win his last 2 to stand any chance.
Well, chance here for Sir Wei, but this is what I'm referring to quite often with players that are heavily dominant in terms of their style of play, in terms of potting balls and going for pots. It's so hard to do when you're under pressure, but Sir Wei has such a great temperament. He always backs himself to pot balls like that, and I think that's what always impressed me with Stephen Hendry, because he was known for this as well back in the day. He was one of the most attacking players the game ever saw when he came to the fore, and he was always great at potting balls under the most intense pressure.
6.
Yeah, I think it's generally accepted now that Ronnie O'Sullivan is the greatest player of all time. How can you possibly dispute that? But under pressure, Hendry was just a monster. And that's monstrously bad luck.
Was, I think, played in disappointment, and ordinarily you wouldn't attempt a yellow like that, but I think he was so disappointed at the previous positional shot that he played to the red, actually, because He should have had a straightforward positional shot to keep the break going. Potted the red, cannoned into other balls, and didn't finish nicely on something, and I think just took that yellow one out of sheer disappointment. And well, look at the mistake that he's made. He'd be lucky now to get back to the table in this match.
Six. Seven.
And it's very handy now with that yellow being so close to its pocket. From Zhang Anda's point of view, if he doesn't play a good positional shot to a colour, he's always got that yellow to consider. And the reason he's taking it now is because, as you can see, if he were to attempt the black, he'd be very hampered by that red close to the cue ball.
Nine.
And I don't expect him to miss this red, but it should have been easier than this.
Zhang Anda, 9. Zhang Anda, 9.
We've had 5 deciding frame finishes in this group already. Sergio Way would love to make it half a dozen.
Eight. Nine.
News from table 2, with a break of 71, Matthew Selt now leads Tom Ford 2-0.
Sixteen. $70.
Lovely line of 3 reds there below the pink. I'll suggest 2 of them will pot to this left corner.
$24.
But even that wasn't played well. You can't run through for the black now. Don't get that cue ball exactly
25.
where you want it. You can begin to run out of position exactly as he's done there. Now look where the cue ball is now. Too much angle on the blue. Can only play it with topspin because he's right up against the cushion. And now, to keep the break going, is no certainty.
$30.
As the cue ball was going towards the red he kissed, he wasn't quite sure. It's not bad at all.
$31. 36.
I think he played for the red into the right corner. He's about to play, but he was nearly on another red, which would have brought the one next to it into play.
37.
But the middle red of those three below the pink does look to be on into this right corner, and in playing for it, he'll then release the red just next to it into, well, both corners. So very handily positioned here, Serdrahway, in his bid to take us into a deciding frame.
45.
Arcing the cue ball to miss the red and take it round off two cushions, ideally.
51.
So this is frame ball. Looks like we're going all the way.
Does have a lovely cue action, Serdrahway. You'll notice as he places the bridge on the table, he just pauses at the ball with the tip of the cue there before he actually feathers the cue
59.
ball with the cue. And that's basically just to line up the potting angle. So you'll see him here, he'll just pause there. He's just quickly lining up the pot before the cue action actually begins.
64.
His fellow countryman Wu Yiza looks a lot more comfortable playing left-handed than Serdrahway. But the two shots he's had like that have both gone in.
72.
Couldn't tweak quite enough side on that to pot it. But with a break of 72, Serdrahway takes this match into a deciding frame. And when it comes to determining who will be in the semi-finals, what a big frame the fifth will be. Basically, if Zhang were to lose it, he would be out of the event. If Serdrahway were to lose it, he would still have a chance, but he'd have to win his last couple of matches. But for Zhang, it's definitely win or bust.
Well, he certainly had a golden opportunity in that previous frame, Zhang to win this match 3-1. Played a poor positional shot, had to play the yellow instead of the black, didn't get close enough to his next red, which I expected him to knock in, but he wobbled it and didn't leave it safe, and Serdrahway managed to take us into this deciding frame. And Zhang reflecting on things, I'm sure. I don't know what he's thinking about, but he's deep in thought there.
Very latest from table 2. Matt Selt leading 2-0 against Tom Ford. Ford out, possibly on the comeback trail. He leads by 37 points to 0 at the start of frame 3. And he's on a break of 37, make that 38.
The deciding frame. Zhang to break.
I think overall Zhang has been the better player in the match, but that counts for nothing now. So much riding on this, not just for these two, but for others as well.
Again, this long red has been left, but the cue ball this time is so close to the top cushion, or the bulk cushion. that it wasn't worth the risk. He couldn't have played the cue ball around the back of the black and away to safety. And that is one thing that Zhang has been good at with his break-off shots, is getting the cue ball fairly close to the baulk cushion where others are not managing it. Well, he'll definitely take this mid-range red on, and he will be disappointed if he doesn't knock this in. It's straight enough to be very makeable. But he has missed it, and I am surprised. He wouldn't have regarded that as being particularly difficult.
Yeah, and exactly the same words apply to the red he missed when he was in frame 4, Zhang. The black hemmed in, but that can be resolved.
Yes, it's a fairly common pattern, that the two reds being where they're placed next to the black there. If you can leave yourself high on the red that's just above the black, you can cannon the other red out of the way of the black and bring the black into play. And that's something Serdar Wei will be trying to achieve as soon as he gets the opportunity, which could be here. Playing the brown off 2 cushions, but he's a long way short of pace. Probably
5.
2 feet short of pace. But he's still playing this red, and it's very missable. Oh, he's potted
6.
it. Unfortunately, couldn't guarantee position.
Joey 6.
Just a tad clumsy there, hitting the black as hard as that. Now he's that clumsy as well.
Yeah, do you know, on the practice table, if you play a shot like that, you hardly ever leave your opponent in, but somehow in a match, the number of times you'll just come off a cushion rail to just drop into the reds, as Zhang did there, the number of times you'll leave a pot on somewhere is incredible. You can scarcely believe that it's possible sometimes, but yet you still commit that error, and it could be a very costly one. Ideally, Serdar Wei would like to find the gap between those 2 sets of reds there near the pink. Oh, what's he played for here? There must be a gap through to the right-hand centre pocket here for one of
16.
the reds. But he'd like to be a little straighter on it to easily play for the black.
Good stuff from Tom Ford on table 2. He now trails Matthew Selt only 2-1. Ford winning the 3rd frame with a break of 126. Doubly important for Serdar Wei to win this frame, because he stays out on table 1 for our next match against Wu Yize. Would love to go into that one with spirits lifted.
$25.
I wonder what he'll play here with the angle he has on the pink. He could pot the pink and run through into those reds to bring them into play, but if he plays it with too much pace, he's got to be careful not to plant a red into the corner pocket. He avoided that, but there wasn't too much control of that shot. If anything, he played it with a little too much pace and just caught the edge of the reds. That secondary cannon there has promoted a red to a pottle position. It's not ideal.
32. $38. $39. $46.
Sergio Weah's got time on his side, still only 23 years of age, originally turned professional 7 years ago.
$47.
Yeah, for a player that bases his game so heavily on potting and break building, I mean, he's ranked number 16 in the world currently. He has been as high as 12. He's been to 2 major finals, hasn't won his first ranking event yet. He did get to the final of the German Masters and the Wuhan Open back in 2024, so it just shows how capable he is in terms of potting and break building and heavy scoring, because he relies on it.
$54.
Yeah, let's not forget that in 2023 he had 1 foot in the World Championship final, having beaten Sean Murphy, Rob Milkins and Anthony McGill at the Crucible. He was 14-5 up on Luca Brissell. Lost 17-15 and then Brissell went on to lift the trophy. This is the ball that should win it for him. Not just the frame, but the match.
62.
He's done well, Sergio Weah. 2-1 down. Played 2 good frames, Dom.
Yes, he's capitalised from the mistakes, but he hasn't really done a lot in terms of creating opportunities. They've been given to him, these opportunities, by Zhang Ander's mistakes. 2 missed pots from Zhang Ander are the reason that Sergio Weah will win this match now.
$76. 77.
Sergio Weah's highest break of the match could not be more timely.
83.
Made 72 in frame 4, and now this.
Shall we? 83. Frame.
The break ends at 83, so does the contest, and I'm afraid so does the BetVictor Championship League winning hopes of Zhang Anda. Yes, he's got one more match to play on this table against Matthew Selt, but in terms of making the playoffs, I'm afraid that is that. But Sergio Wei has been reinvigorated, and we'll see him again in a few moments when he takes on Wu Yize.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League Pro winner. Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing from my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global. domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
We always knew it, but what an interesting group this is turning out to be. Mark Selby and Elliot Sleser are sitting pretty on 4 points each. They are definitely in the semi-finals a little later on this afternoon and evening. Sergio Wei has just improved his chances by defeating Zhang Anda. Zhang and Wu Yize have 1 point each. Matt Selt still to get off the mark, although he could do so in a few moments' time against Tom Ford over on table 2. Interestingly, with Wu Yize, he has 2 matches left, so if he were to win both of those, he might get into the picture, the playoff picture. And he is involved in our next match against Sergio Wei.
Think of the first frame. So shall we to break?
But Wu will need to rediscover his mojo. Last night in the closing match here on table 1, his game disintegrated after a good start against Tom Ford. He was beaten 3-2. And then we know he lost 3-0 earlier today on table 2 against Elliot Sleser, Dave.
Yeah, and that is the worst result, isn't it, to lose 3-0, not even get a frame out of it. He's suddenly struggling. One of the favourites, I thought, coming into the group, as he knocks in a terrific trademark long red. Just apologising for the kiss, but it was a great pot.
It's gallant, I suppose, but no need to apologise for that. Now look at that classy shot left-handed. Very good indeed when it comes to the ambidextrous skills.
Yeah, 2 very exciting talents, of course. Wu Yize 22, Sergio Wei 23. But of course the difference is the man at the table has won a big tournament, the International Championship.
Still some embers of hope for Matt Selt. He's won his first match of the group a few moments ago. 3-1 against Tom Ford. Breaks of 60, 71 and 70 to clinch.
Yeah, he's still got 2 matches to play, hasn't he? So he could get to 3 points and that would be quite a turnaround.
Caught that black too thin, that's why the cue ball travelled much more than he wanted it to.
Wu Yize 70.
Well, it seems he's tried to pot that. I mean, it wasn't any sort of safety, was it? So he's left it.
Both of these two very similar in terms of the way they play the game, which is attack, attack and attack some more.
Next match on table 2 is it's essentially to decide who tops the table, isn't it? Mark Selby and Elliot Sleser, they're both on 4 points. It's their last match, so someone's going to be on 5.
Yeah, you might think, well, there's an incentive to top the table because then you play the 4th placed player in the group in the semi-finals, but it might work out against you, that. That one's worked out perfectly.
Yeah, this is a good chance. Wu's just lost his way, but it wasn't so much, okay, the black. He potted but lost position, but then the next shot he played was very ambitious. I was just watching him practicing though, Wu as I just walked to the commentary box, and I mean he was knocking everything in there, so you can understand why he's super confident.
24. $25.
We must congratulate Phil, our colleague Stephen Allworth, who's qualified for the World Open. He's beaten Nop and Senkom 5-3. Now, we saw Nop on here as well. A terrific player. That's a great win for Stephen. He had a bit of ill health over Christmas, which I think cost him in the 2 qualifiers, the German Masters and the Welsh
32.
Open. He didn't have time to practice, but he's off to Yushan.
Oh, well, I'll text him as soon as this match is over with our joint congratulations. Really good win, that. One of his best as a pro.
He made a great dish in frame 7. It was looking like 4-3 Nop on, and he cleared up with 65 from 58-0 down. So anyway, he's off to Yushan, which is no quick journey, by the way. That could take him a few days to get there. He might play Zhang Anda. Zhang's got to beat a wildcard first.
Well, playing that at maximum speed, he had to be very accurate, and he wasn't. So the break ends a lot quicker than we anticipated. Even at that pace, should never have missed it. That's a routine black off its spot.
One. Seven. Eight.
Well, obviously the impediment will be the 2 reds glued to the right-hand side cushion, but this frame could easily be over by now in Serge Aoué's favour.
14. $15. $20.
Needed to flick those reds maybe another quarter of a ball to our right.
Ruiz at 20.
They've actually played each other in the 3 biggest ranking tournaments. The World Championship final qualifying round 2 years ago, Serge Aoué won 10-4. The UK Championship last season, Wu Yize won 6-4. And the Saudi Arabia Masters this season, Serge Aoué won 5-3.
Yeah, they've never played in anything else until now.
Yeah, the UK actually was the highest profile because that was in York in front of a big crowd. didn't quite deliver on. I remember myself and Alan McManus were looking forward to it. The standard wasn't quite what we hoped, but it may just have been the occasion. While we watch this, we should say happy birthday as well to one of the greats of the game, Neil Robertson. Of course, top of the one-year list. He'll be one of the big favourites next week at the Players' Championship. 44 today. He looks well, doesn't he, Neil? I was talking to him when he was here in the previous group. We were talking about player fitness, and he said playing golf has really helped him in that regard, because it sort of works lots of different muscle groups, and also you do a lot of walking, you're outside, you feel good just being out, you know, out and about. Not much being turned down here, is there? But not all being potted. Lee Walker as well. It's his birthday. He's 50, Lee, because he was commentating with us in earlier groups. And Les Dodd, who's played 3 times at the Crucible, and don't know whether he still runs that club up in Southport, but a very popular figure with the other players, Les.
Yeah, really good guy, Les Dodd. Very funny as well. Excellent at putting tips on. And he's a former Slimmer of the Year. Wu Yizer is a candidate for Potter of the Year.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be winning Slimmer of the Year, will he, Wu Yizer? I mean, there's nothing to come off. But this red went in.
One. Brown ball.
Well, look at that. He's played a safety.
And given the distance between the cue ball and the brown there, he played that very well, actually. Well, that's nowhere near reaching.
Wu Yizer 4.
Andrew Barklam, who will be refereeing the final this evening with the replacement.
Wu Yizer's decision to play that roll in behind the brown looks like being vindicated. Oh no! One of the great potters misses an absolute sitter.
It's one of these frames, they're both kind of all at sea for some reason. Concentration just isn't there. But someone has to win it, and it's going to play some sort of part in the overall table. That red by the pink is going to play its part still in this frame. Well, he's trying to get it away from the pink. He's played a really good shot there. That's excellent. So now he's a big favourite, Sergio Way, to win this frame. He's got everything really where he wants it.
Eight. Nine.
Now, based on the fact there have been a few howlers in this frame, perhaps I shouldn't be saying that, but I will anyway. From here, Sergio Way fully expected to take a 1-0 lead. But the brownie moves 9 in front.
18.
So we'll need yellow to blue.
$20. $23.
Well, let's be honest, it was a bit of a ragged frame, but in the end, Sergio Way has steeled himself.
32.
And Wu Yiza's chances of being in the playoffs receding all the time here.
Yes, indeed, and it's the opposite for Sergio Way, who follows up his 3-2 win over Zhang Ganda by taking the opening frame against Wu Yiza. As Dave was saying over on table 2, Mark Selby and Elliot Sleser, they're battling it out to see who tops the round robin table. I was very impressed with Selby in his first match today against Zhang Ganda. Breaks of 98, 68 and 123. Hardly put a foot out of place, Dave.
No, and it's kind of a dead match in a way, but neither will play it that way, will they? Because they're not like that. So it'll be played, I'm sure, full pelt, but they'll both be returning later for more important matches, of course, in the playoffs. Yeah, Selby's the favourite, for sure. He's won it the last 2 years. He's playing great, and he's Mark Selby, you know. He's a serial winner, so we'll see. But it will be massive, of course, for Sleser. He's been trying to get his hands on a trophy for a number of years. Hard worker, Elliot Sleser, so it would be big for him tonight if he could come away as champion.
Yes, and this could quite easily be a dress rehearsal for the final, because whoever wins it will top the table. Whoever loses more than likely will finish either second or third in the table. So they could go head to head for the silverware. And let's not forget that Elliot Sleser was the man who really pressed Zhao Xintong hard in that World Championship qualifier last year. Of course, Zhao went on to glory. Sleser, though, gave him all he could handle.
The other thing worth saying is, and it's the two of them actually, both Sing Zong and Sleser, have won between them the most deciders this season. They've won 14 each. So if it ends up 2 each in the final, whoever he's playing, maybe he's the man to back then. He's won a lot of close matches, Sleser. 70% of the deciders he's played, he's won. Same as Xintong. And of course they play each other, don't they, next week? So what happens if it goes 5-all in the Players' Championship? Who wins then? Well, that's a mistake from Selby, meanwhile.
Yeah, as always, we'll keep you informed about the happenings on Table 2. If you want to see that match and any other over there, it's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. So Wu Yiza is going through a fallow patch. Needs to get his game back in order, but no sign of it in frame 1. Now that's more like it, not just a really good pot, but a beautifully weighted cue ball.
Eight. 16. 17. 24. 25.
'What a split.
32.
My word, he's got them all into play here.
Yeah, a couple of reds have drifted into the bottom half of the table, so we must temper expectations.
33.
But in Group 6, Wiwiasa did make a 147. So he knows the territory.
Yeah, and he said last week in Hong Kong, he was interviewed and he said he would be going for
40.
more. So it'll be on his mind for sure. Chang'an to top of the pile in terms of high breaks, 143. £1,000, but of course the maximum is about more than that. It's about just the achievement of having done it. You had to wait, you know, a few years as a pro to make one. He'd love to make another in short order.
$48. 49.
In the course of the Championship League's history, we have seen two 147s from the same player the same year. Mark Davis.
$56. 57.
Well, as ever, the frame is the important thing.
64.
Not too far from securing it. But there's only one thing in his mind here.
$72. 73.
And he's done this at a speed of knots. Very quick around the table. But now
80.
we're at the point where it becomes very difficult.
$81.
Yeah, it was hard to hold for the black. He's on it about as well as he could be. It's going to be an adventurous maximum if he completes it, isn't it? He's not great really on the red to middle to get on the black. So he's looking at this red down the left channel. Sort of ball, without wishing to jinx him, he usually just knocks in.
89.
There have been 239 maximums. in terms of where the balls are positioned from here, this would be one of the very best.
96.
He's keeping it going.
$97.
Yeah, Sergio Way watching on. This is where the fun kind of begins with these two reds down the table. There's the century. Oh, this doesn't look good. Well, now what? Smiling about it. Thin cut.
$104, and the 14th red proves elusive. So no 147 from Wubiaza, but that was a considerable improvement on the form he showed last night and to start today. So this match against Sergio Way, all locked up at 1 frame each.
He enjoys himself, doesn't he? He's having a smile about it all. He'll have another chance, no doubt, very soon.
When we started covering the game, Dave, if someone had said, well, there's an opportunity for a player to make a 147 in the tournament, which would be the 6th in that event in that particular year, you'd have said no chance. If someone had said there would be 22 147s in the same season, again, the response, no chance. But this is what's happening these days. The standard is so high.
Which only a few years since I had that £1 million prize for 20, and that seemed far-fetched. That's only 6 or 7 years ago, isn't it? So, yeah, things have moved on because a lot of events now. One player has sort of disappeared off the radar. In fact, he made a 147 in the Championship League. He's only won. Luka Brusel. Looks like he's qualified for the World Open. He's had a tough match with the Polish player, Maciej Baranowski. It's just finished. Brusel 5-4.
Wow, that would have been a major upset had Baranowski won it. So winning that match means that Brusel actually covers his £20,000 guarantee from the World Snooker Tour. Who would have thought that this late in the season he would be doing that in a World Open qualifier? Incredible, really.
Well, one apiece. This is the penultimate match of this session. We conclude with Zhang An and Matt Selt, and then there's a short break. We're back for the big session tonight. Now, Wugi's are already lining this one up. Oh, nowhere near. He's very quickly back to his seat. In fact, he's in his chair before the balls have stopped.
Reminds me of a great story they used to tell about a baseball player who was very quick. They used to say, yeah, he could turn off the light and be in bed before it went dark.
One.
I don't think it was quite true. A bit of embellishment, I believe, on that one, but it always amuses me.
Seven. Eight. $15. 16. $23. 24.
Really good angle on the pink. Your prediction about the hard match play nature of Sleser against Selby was correct. They're still in the first frame. This could be a quick conclusion to this frame, though. Oh, but he deserved so much better than that.
30.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky, isn't it? I mean, he's played it with such conviction. Just land on one red is all you're looking for, really. But he hasn't.
Yeah, the robust nature of going into the reds suggested that he wasn't certain to be on a red, but being on one was odds on, being on nothing was odds against.
See, shall we? 30.
Well, he's having a good look. His natural inclination, it's true of both of them, is just to try and pot something, but sometimes you've got to actually weigh up the percentages a bit more.
What a pot for a single point. What a pot. Well, I say for a single point, he's looking for a gap. In cleanly. Wanted to try and pot the black to the green bag, but it won't go. And has to be careful here with the red close to the middle pocket. Got plenty of colours to hide behind, though.
Shall we? What?
Well, he's played the containing safety, but it's not really safe. It's red is potable to right middle. Yeah, it wasn't a great safety, so Sergio Way already 31 in front as he comes to the table, knocks the red in, and another good chance this in frame 3. Just to reiterate, he's in 4th position at the moment in the table on 2 points. He's got another match after this, so if he were to win this, he'd be in really good shape for the playoffs.
Yes, his last match is over on table 2 against Tom Ford, beginning at 4:30.
It's 3 years since he came within a couple of frames of the world final. Had a chance to break a long-running record Stephen Hendry has held, the youngest world champion, because he was just 20 at the time. Hendry 21 when he won that in 1990. But as we know, it wasn't to be. The aforementioned Luca Bracel turned it round and beat him from 14-5 down, 17-15. I remember at the time everyone said, oh, well, he's young enough to bounce back from it, but it must have been very, very tough to take, even, you know, for a youngster, because he had the chance to not only play in the showpiece match of the season, but potentially win it, become China's first world champion before Jiang Xingtong. He would have played Mark Selby. We'll never know what would have happened, of course.
Yes, and you can guarantee in his mind, when he went 14-5 up, he must have thought he was going to win. Who wouldn't? Yeah, people say, oh, he'll bounce back from this, recover from that, but sport has been filled with people who suffer defeats from huge leads, and they never do recover. At least fully.
16.
Does seem to play well at the Crucible, though.
23.
He beat Mark Williams, didn't he, the year after, 10-9, and then last year got to the quarterfinals. So
24.
Seems to be able to handle things there. Anyway, here at the Mattioli, he's a couple of balls from going 2-1 up against Wu Yizu, who, as I say, for once actually played safe, but it just wasn't safe. Or not safe enough. Left the red to right middle. And this is frame ball.
Yes, and he did move the red that's closest to the pink far enough away to make the pink available. Yeah, I did both of his matches at the Crucible last year.
38.
And it was the same pattern in both, actually. Try to be a little more
39.
conservative with his shot selections. It didn't really work, but when things got tense and quite tight, and he went back to plan A, which is playing aggressively, that's when he shone.
45. Next. 46. 53. 54.
It's the old saying, isn't it? Play to your strengths. You do need some form of safety game, of course, but
61.
this is where he excels. Just knocking them in.
Sergio 61 and the frame.
So with a break of 61, Sergio Wei regains the lead. It was a century from Wu Yizu that equalised. Now, though, Sir is one frame away from victory. He leads 2-1. It's been a marathon opening frame between Elliot Sleser and Mark Selby that's come down to the final black. Dave, you are absolutely right. They're playing as though their lives depend on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how they are, I think, particularly, obviously, Selby. so, you know, £200 a frame, not to be sniffed at.
Sleser caught that one just a little too full, and he was concerned it might go all the way back over the yellow pocket. So delighted to see it apply the brakes, and that's actually a good safety now. He's got the upper hand.
Fourth ring. Louisa to break.
We'll let you know who knocks in the decisive black ball as soon as it happens. This is just ridiculous. Some of the pots these guys knock in these days. That was superb, and look at the position on the black. Cue ball pretty much tucked under the ball cushion, Dave. And it happens time and time again now.
The frightening thing, I think, is that he fancies getting them. You know, Wu Yu's is the same. They'd be disappointed not to get it, and you know, it's a horrible shot. But beautifully controlled, nicely on the black, and away we go.
In that World Grand Prix last week in the semi-finals, Zhao Zhentong knocked in 2 introductory reds that had to be seen to be believed. This time, no position, of course.
Well, he just didn't control the cannon, did he? And he's gone for a Hollywood shot there that has massively backfired. That's how he lost position, but the next shot he played, you could see he was annoyed, he just couldn't sort of swallow the annoyance.
8.
I mean, the intensity on the other table, which is basically a dead match, is not quite being matched here, is it? And this is very much live, but they're both just sort of swinging their cue, really.
Well, he said it was a Hollywood shot. Those awards they give to bad films, the raspberries, that was deserving of a raspberry. That was never the shot to play. I really do hope that Wu Yu's punishes him, because Sergio Wei deserves it. That was
7.
Not the way forward. By the way, I've not broken my promise. They're still on the black on table 2.
$40. $20.
Yeah, it's a 35-minute opening frame in a match that, you know, all it's going to decide is who finishes top, which is not nothing by any means, because you're playing table 1, but even so, they're both qualified.
$21.
Could it be reminiscent of that famed dead match many moons ago when Peter Ebdon and Fergal O'Brien played out a marathon?
Let's hope not.
27. 28.
This is snooker that's entirely different.
$34. 35. 40. 41. 47. 53. 54.
46 the lead, so still some work to do.
$60. 61.
The lead is 53 now, so the pink and one more red. On he goes. Oh, the impasse broken. Sleser wins the first frame. What a marathon that was.
68.
Now here, Wu Yiza. Can he possibly make his second century of the match? It's going to be a tall order, Dave, but you never know with him.
73.
Well, I bet he couldn't believe his luck. The opening he got after Sergio away, just lost all discipline. He was annoyed
74.
that the cannon he played didn't leave him on a red. He played that shot that we talked about at the time that opened everything up. And it's help yourself time for his opponent.
81.
Remember, Wu Yiza can still get to 3 points if he wins this match, and his last match he will do. Plays Matt Selt at 4:30 on this table. And at the same time, Sergio away, we're playing Tom Ford. But of course, Serb would be on 2 points
88.
going into that one, so it would actually be quite a big couple of matches. Matt Selt not out of it yet either.
He's at 88. And the frame.
It was a shot that he should never have played, and Sergio Away was punished to the full. A break of 88 from Sergio Away, or from Sergio Away's opponent, Wu Yiza, and that's why we are going all the way. It is 2 frames each, and so much to play for in the decider, as it was when Sergio Away played Zhang Anda in the match before this. So let's dissect that, Dave. Let's dissect that shot he took on. We all know it was ridiculously low percentage, not the shot to play for. He knows that far better than us. So why did he do it? Well, he was overcome by frustration at the lack of position he obtained, but it's still no excuse, especially given that places in the semi-finals of this group are up for grabs, and he's very much involved in that equation.
Yeah, all that's true. I think also because it was such an open match anyway to that point. You know, he kind of almost had that sort of feel that it was almost sort of dead, which is not at all. It's very much live. The one that's dead is being played like it's the world final next door between Sleser and Selby. Anyway, not out the match yet by any means, as he just wipes his eyes here. But he is 2-1 down.
The deciding frame. Joey to break.
Sorry, 2-1 down. It's 2-2.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing, this winners group. It's always the same. So tight. When you consider this is the 7th match already in this group that's gone to the wire. Well, Sergio Wei's terrible shot selection in the previous frame would be forgotten if he makes the most of this.
Six. Seven.
This tournament began in 2008. So often since then, the champion has come back from close to being eliminated to lift the trophy. It's happened numerous times. And both of these two are sailing close to the wind in terms of whether they make the playoffs or not. Being able to pop that red was a real bonus for Sergio Way. I think initially thought he might be surrendering position. And that's what he's done now. Again, they're prepared to gamble. Yeah, I think he's doing the right thing now, reining himself in.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't learn the lessons from the last frame, when are you ever going to? You know, he's had to think about it. It's the decider. He's still very much in with a chance, Sergio Way, of getting to the playoffs, and therefore obviously getting into a position to win this Championship League tonight. Well, not good from Wu Yizut. Two reds went towards that corner pocket. One is very close to it.
Threw himself for that one to try and impart maximum power. He did well to be on the pink, and he's done even better to pot it.
Yeah, that was a really good pot, wasn't it? And credit actually for taking it on, because this is a bona fide chance. As Andrew Barcombe just measures the spot. The green spot is free, if not. Or the black spot, actually. Yeah.
7.
Of course, that's tied the pink up now.
Looks quite straight on the red to middle, so that limits positional options. The situation of black and pink doing him no favours. Just avoided the yellow by a whisker.
So shall we 13?
Well, that was asking so much. At least he had the presence of mind to screw the cue ball back into bulk, but boy, is he going for his shots or what?
Well, he seems very disappointed when he's not on the next ball and tries to sort of conjure something up. So it's a very open way of playing, but like you say, he did get the white back towards ball. Doesn't feel like a sort of conventional decider where you would expect players maybe to go into their shell a little bit. That's not happening really.
Foul and a miss. Louisa 4.
Well, does Wuyiza like the look of anything here, or does he put him back in? Having a good look. Going to pull the trigger, it would seem. Can't help himself. Excellent, and it's fair enough because he might not have got another chance if Sergio Wade, been put back in. He might have played a good safety and might not have got a chance like this. So excellent pot.
Yeah, you can't second guess that, especially the shot being influenced by the availability of the black. could this group be in the process of tightening up even more?
Well, if Wu Yize wins, I think it'd be good news for Matt Selt, wouldn't it? Because he's got 2 matches to play, including against Wu Yize.
16.
If he were to beat Zhang Anda and then Wu, he'd be on 3 points. And then he would need Tom Ford to beat Sir Jarwei to keep Sir on 2, and suddenly Matt Selt's in the playoffs. So, you know, this is how these groups can turn around. We've seen
17.
it over the years. It looked kind of hopeless for Matt earlier, but not necessarily. A lot's got to happen, I know, for all that to happen, but he's not out of it yet, Matt Selt.
$24. $25.
Well, seems that pink doesn't go, so it's going to be blue in and out of bulk. Or does it go? Oh, he thinks it does. Yeah, it looks like it. It's looking to play on the red on the left-hand side.
$31.
It doesn't matter how good a potter you are. Doesn't matter how close those reds are to the pocket. Down that side rail, they are so easily wobbled, especially using the rest. Six reds remaining, 5 points the difference. Dave quite rightly said that early on this didn't feel like a decider. I think it does now, especially where the reds are. You can't imagine this is going to be resolved in a single visit from here.
No, and like a lot of deciders, it's become a bit edgy.
Second frame still in progress on table 2, but it looks as though Elliot Sleser is going to win it to double his lead to 2-0 over Mark Selby. Selby needs a bunch of snookers. The black was tracking towards that green bag, but not enough juice. That's a real let-off.
Yeah, and of course now it's ideally placed for Sir Jarwei, that black.
8. Selby 8.
At that pace, that was asking an awful lot. And even though Selby hit the red crisply, it still stayed in the vicinity of the pocket. Had to swerve, and the side he imparted to swerve meant that the reaction with the red caused it to overcut. Well, that was just a wild slash at the ball. And look at the table now. Everything in the open.
Well, it's the second time he's done it in the match. It cost him the last frame. It's surely going to cost him this one. And the match. And possibly a place in the playoffs.
Yeah, fully endorse that. Selby, there he is. His own worst enemy in this match.
Just lost discipline, which, you know, you need at any stage of a match, but certainly in the decider. So Wu Yize still alive in this group. If he can win this frame, he's going to play Matt Selt later. And that's going to be a big match if Matt can beat Zhang Anda first. Because one of those two will get to 3 points. Selby can still do that himself. He's playing Tom Ford last up, but... well, we'll see. This match isn't quite done yet, but it's a great chance for Wu Yize now. The ball's in open play.
Eight.
We have seen this before at the Championship League. The days can be quite long and players sometimes do
14.
Lose their way a little bit, but this is the winners group. You know, this is what it's all been about all these weeks.
15.
Yeah, Selby in this match has lost his way in a major fashion. I'm sure Wu Yize can't quite believe it. Okay, he's played open,
20.
Attractive snooker as well, but a couple of the shots that Selby has played, self-destructive.
Can't wait to concede as well. Look at this, he's waiting. Got to wait till snookers are required. So he's got to pot the yellow, but it's not a good look, that, actually.
26.
Just wait for him to pot the balls. It's not up to you really to stop the match.
Well, that was rather off-putting, I thought, for Selby to do that to Wu Yize. Maybe he misread the scores, but if he didn't, that wasn't good.
Wu Yize 28.
Well, now he's playing on for snookers and he's in one, so I think you're right. I think he did misread the scores. It's not been a great match for him, has it? But it's a match he could easily have won, that's the thing. But he hasn't won it.
3 frame and the match. Wu Yize.
Well, this group just gets even tighter. Both of these two could yet make the semi-final playoffs, but I think the attitude and the shot choices of Selby against Tom Ford in his last match on table 2 at 4:30 need to show a vast improvement. Wu Yize is the winner by 3 frames to 2. Next up in around 5 minutes' time, Zhang Anda takes on Matt Selt.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Sharp makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Sharp has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it?
An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So the winners' group of the BetVictor Championship League continues, and this is the table. Mark Selby and Elliot Sleser, they're playing right now on the other table to see who finishes top, but of course they've both qualified. Tom Ford looking really good on 3 points, and then it is very tight. And Matt Selt, bottom of the table, but there's a path back for Matt. If he wins the next match, he's about to play against Shangander and then beats Wu Yizer, of course, he'll be on 3 points. And if Tom Ford were to beat Serge Arway at 4:30, then Matt Selt would definitely be in the playoffs. So there's it's all ifs and buts, but his point is he's not out yet, and I'm sure he'll be aware of that as well. But he has to start by winning this match against Zhang, who can be forgiven for being a bit jaded after the week he's had in various continents. Let's see how we go. Ian Wagstaff, the referee. It's Zhang's last match, so the best he can do is get to 2 points. It doesn't look like he can scrape in even with that.
Thank you. First frame. Zhang under to break.
And that's the beauty, Dominic, of the round robin, the group system. Matt Selt lost his first 3 matches, but there is a path back for him still.
Yes, good afternoon again, everybody. Matt Selt's well aware of the situation in the group as well. He's been crunching a few numbers. He's had a look at the group table, who's got left to play. He's already told me that he's hoping that every other match finishes 3-2. So he knows that if he can win his last 2 matches here in this group, that there are realistic opportunities for him to qualify still, amazingly. And let's not forget, he had the match against Mark Selby yesterday, won. Played the pink over the green pocket, didn't finish close enough to the green pocket. Mark Selby played an incredible shot to get the cubal in behind the black, got the snooker he needed, and ended up winning 3-2, and that's the match that could end up being very costly to Matt Selt.
As Zhang Anda knocks in this initial red. The head-to-head certainly favours Selt. It's 6-0 in all previous matches to Selt, so another one of these one-sided ones. They last played, though, it was 4 years ago at the Turkish Masters, which, of course, Selt actually got to the final of Judd Trump beating there. He beat Zhang 5-4 along the way.
9.
Zhang Anda obviously thought that he'd catch a little bit more of the lower half of the pack there to be straight on the black, and the problem is, to get on his next red he's got to play this at pace, but the pot is very missable if he does. So he's chosen just to drop the black in and leave the next red from distance. He would have liked to have gone into the pack there.
16.
Well, that's a good
17.
recovery pot from Zhang Anda, and I do believe that the red at the bottom of the pack as we look may be potable into the same pocket as the black, so can screw back for it here. And there you can see the red in picture, it does go. Immediate shake of the head, he's far too straight on the black. He's getting to the pack of reds, he couldn't have done much more than that with it. If there's a potable red, he'd be pleased, because it was always going to be unlikely that there would be. He seems thoroughly intent on keeping this break going somehow. He's given himself a chance. This long red to the right corner. Blue, pink and black are all available there, so one good pot here. He could be back in business.
47.
We know that he's jaded, and that's understandable, but this is likely to be his last match, so he can put everything into it.
45.
And still, of course, come away with another £600 from it.
$52.
Yes, he did so well in Hong Kong. Arrived at Manchester Airport yesterday morning about 6 AM, but then got a taxi direct from there to here. What must that have cost?
Yeah, I don't know, but what I do know is he earned 80 grand last week, so he can afford it. He's earned quite a bit here as well.
Probably bought the taxi, Dave. Oh, he's played that well. This has been an incredible break, you know. He's been out of position on so many occasions, but pulled out great pots to keep the break going. How on earth he's on 60, I'll never know. Still needs one more red after this black. Well, he deserves to be on one, I have to say. This has been a sterling effort from Zhang Anda in this opening frame, and it's very difficult when you've had a long layoff between matches to begin like this. So just this red. And it's there. Well, I'll tell you something, if Zhang Anda makes a total clearance here, it'd be one of the best you could ever wish to see.
So Selt needing to win his last two matches to potentially qualify. He's up against it already. We're seeing here what a quality player Zhang is. We saw it last week, of course. He can actually equal his own highest break, 143. Well, what a break it's been. Wherever his body clock is, his timing on the table here has been exceptional.
100.
Perfectly on the red to drop it in for automatic position on the black to go to the yellow from. If you can leave the cue ball parallel to the black, that would be ideal.
9.
And that is perfect.
Well, I guess if he makes another 143, it's kind of insurance, because if someone else made one, he'd take 2/3 of the £1,000. Of course, he could still be beaten before the end of play today. Well, no man's land on the pink. Let's see if he can still knock it in here. Not to be, but a fine 130 from Zhang Anda. What a great way to start this match and lead Matt Selt 1-0. Remember, it's Zhang's last match of the group. Matt Selt still has a contest with Wu Yize later. So we're coming towards the end of the group phase of the winners group, and of course the top 4 go into the playoffs later on this evening. Table 2, Elliot Sleser 2-0 up on Mark Selby. There was a long, nearly 40-minute first frame, which Sleser won on the black. He won the second as well, and he was 41-0 up in the third, but Selby back at the table. Both players have already qualified, but I think you wouldn't know it the way they've gone about this match, but that's just kind of, you know, that's the professional way to play, isn't it, I guess? It's the opposite of the old Steve Davis quote, wasn't it? He said, you know, the key to snooker is to play 24. Like it means nothing when it means everything. Well, they're playing like it's everything when it kind of means nothing, really. They're both qualified. But anyway, here we go, frame 2.
I've always struggled to understand that statement from Steve. I've got it on an old DVD somewhere. He literally does say that. He says, if you can play as though it means nothing, and yet it means everything, you'd be hard to beat. Well, how do you play as though it means nothing, but yet it actually means everything? So that's a contradiction, surely.
Yeah, I think that's the point he's making. You've got to con yourself almost, that, you know, you're not standing in the crucible playing for the world title, but it's very hard to do. And Steve himself, you know, didn't manage it a couple of times. Anyway, a chance for Matt Selt here. He practiced with Steve in his younger days in Romford, did Selt.
Actually, just lastly, one more thing on Steve's quote there. There was one player that got as close to that sort of mental state of mind that I can think of, and that was the great Paul Hunter. He literally did play as though he's just having fun out there. He never seemed to be affected by pressure and didn't show a flicker of emotion either.
Well, Fergal O'Brien, on that just final on this quote of Steve's, he said, the problem is it did mean everything. that was the problem. Anyway, this will mean a lot to Selt if he can turn this match around and stay in contention.
Matt Selt and Zhang Anda are having a good old chat up in the players' lounge about Chinese players, past and present, and where they live and what they're doing. Are they playing Chinese 8-ball and what have you? And then Matt Selt turned to this group and actually asked Zhang Anda, how did you get on against Serdra Wei? Zhang Anda replied, of course, well, I lost 3-2. And Matt Selt, oh great, because he wants every match to be 3-2. He didn't really care that Zhang Anda had lost 3-2 at all, and he was over the moon about that, because he knew his chances were thereby improved just ever so slightly by that scoreline.
Well, we'll see about that, because of course even if you lose, if you get the 2 frames, they actually could do you a big favour. I mean, I would have thought 3-0 would be a better result. Anyway, he's in his hands to potentially make it to make it 1 each.
Well, I was thinking exactly that, because that's precisely it, Dave, isn't it? Because it's not about the frame difference, it's the frames 4. So basically you do want someone ahead of you to lose 3-0, ideally.
Yeah, but to be honest, we've been up there enough, Dom, in that players' room. You know, you look at the table long enough, you sort of just get a headache, don't you? You know, there's just all sorts of thoughts intrude that you don't need. Better to be out there where he is now on the table, just trying to win matches. And if you do that, things will look after themselves.
Well, if he doesn't make it through to the semi-final playoffs later on, he does have a ticket to the Aston Villa match later on against Brighton, although in this torrential rain, I don't think that will be particularly inviting. Was a very good shot from Matt Selt, having to dig down into the cue ball to create the backspin necessary to be on this red to the left corner. But when you strike down like that from near a cushion rail, elevating the butt of the cue in the air, just a fraction off centre striking will create a bit of a swerve effect and you'll miss the pot. So that was excellent from Matt Selt. Studying the pack of reds here, I don't think they're a good pack to go into from the black. He needs to stun into them, not screw into them, and that's what he's doing. Not striking that much below the centre of the ball. So there's the stun. And he'll be delighted to be on a red. It's not an easy one, but at least he can continue the break here.
He's played some terrific snooker at the Championship League over the years, Matt Selt. Of course, he did at one stage equal the centuries record for a single tournament. That was broken last year by Jack Jones, but he's made a maximum, of course. His first, after all these years as a pro, 2 decades as a pro, made his first here in an earlier group, which I know he was very happy about.
Just slowly roll the pink in for the red to the right corner. But you have to put your trust in the table here if you want to drop the pink in. Ordinarily, you would do. Wagstaff, a referee here, checking the availability of the pink spot. Has Matt Selt made a mistake? I think he may have done. I don't think he can see the red that he played for, can he? Oh, yes he can. But you can see the risk that he took there, Matt Selt, trying to hold for that red rather than roll the pink in for the red to the right of the pink. Matt Selt, based in Dubai these days, as is Judd Trump and Ronnie O'Sullivan primarily. Judd's about 20 minutes away. Ronnie almost round the corner from him. And they practice together at the same facility in Dubai. It's a big life change for these players that have chosen to do that. To disassociate himself with the tour, so to speak. You're not going to be travelling around in the UK practicing with the professionals. And of course you have to fly all the way from Dubai to attend the qualifiers and other events. It's quite a difficulty, really.
So, red and black or red and pink here, and Zhang Anda needs a snooker. It's a great response, this, from Selt. Oh, just needed the black. He's played to develop the reds and he's missed the black. He's opened everything up, and that could be a massive mistake.
Oh, Dave, how many times do we see players do that? And you just think as a player, well, I can't miss the black. It's a shot to play. I would play it in practice, but you do see them make these mistakes. And with that red that's so close to the green, he could be in quite a difficult snooker here. Well, in fact, there's a red that's potable. Well, all I'll say is I'd rather be in Zhang Anda's shoes here rather than Matt Selt's. I'm wondering whether Matt will win this frame now. He's still 57 behind Zhang Anda, so he can afford 3 reds and 1 red and a pink, and he'd win the frame by a point. The difficulty being, of course, a red that's in bulk near the green, which will probably pot to the yellow pocket. But from Matt Selt's point of view, if Zhang Anda doesn't get onto it, it's a simple snooker in behind the green. So if I were a betting man, I think my money might be on Zhang Anda here to extend his lead to 2-0. Now it's imperative that he leaves himself plenty of angle to work with on the black. And he can play the cubal up this right-hand side of the table to play the red into the yellow pocket. Well, that's perfect, except the way he's played that now, he may have to flirt with the right-hand centre pocket jaws here to get ideally on this remaining red. Well, that's as good as perfect to stun down for the pink. He doesn't need the black this time. He can play for the pink, which I'm sure he will. And he's only really 1 good positional shot away from winning this frame now.
Yeah, we saw Selt going through agonies in his chair, and there's no sign now, but he'll be very concerned. This is why, if he just pots the black, Zhang needs 2 snookers. But he went to open the reds, missed, and now it's out of his hands.
But I was surprised that Zhang Anda decided to play for the black rather than the pink there. He couldn't have played that much better, but he's work to do now.
Yeah, it's not the tallest. It's a little bit of a stretch, this. Yeah, and he made a difference. It was kind of the Thorburn yellow, that, wasn't it? And he made a difference. He was just stretching. But he's got second prize.
Oh, I did think the yellow was going to go behind the pink. It hasn't, but I don't think it's potable. It's difficult to tell. So Matt Selt lucky to still be involved in this second frame, and he's been fortunate there. He didn't play that.
Well, of course, has to hit it, otherwise he needs a snooker. So a twist has come late on in the piece here, in this frame. Must hit the yellow, but of course if he leaves it on, it's frame over anyway, you would think. Well, he hasn't hit it. Well, roller coaster of emotions, just this frame, never mind the whole event for Matt Selt. Looked like he would go 2-0 down, but now favourite for one each.
I'm beginning to wonder if Zhang Anda may have miscounted when he was trying to make that winning clearance. He played for the black, where if you knew you could afford to play the pink, you would play for it. Much easier to get onto nicely. And from the pink, much easier to get onto the yellow. That's a bit of a mistake from Matt Selt. He's left the yellow on as a pot, so Zhang Anda could knock this in to leave the cue ball in a very advantageous position in which to get the snooker that he requires.
Two.
Oh, Matt Selt wondering what might happen here in the remainder of this second frame, but I don't think Zhang Anda's played the best shot there. It's going to be very difficult to get a snooker from here. He may consider potting the green now.
Five.
He's overran that by 2 feet. He needed the cue ball. I know he's not the tallest of players, but ideally the cue ball would have been 10 inches or so away from the blue. That would have been better. So now he's potted the brown, but now he is in a good position. He can play the cue ball into the blue on the lower side as we look to get the cue ball in behind the black. Good chance of getting the snooker here, and it would be a good one.
Under 9.
Too pacey. Yeah, I mean, he had a great chance, of course, when he was attempting the clearance, missed the yellow. Is he close? He's okay.
Well, Matt Selt will have to be a little careful here not to go in off with the blue.
He'll be relieved. It's a good pot, but of course it could have been 2-0 quite conceivably to Zhang Anda, so Matt Selt not punished for missing the black going into the reds, and it's going to be all square.
11 and the frame.
And he's still in there fighting for a place in the playoffs in the winners group here at the Championship League, one each with Zhang Anda. Yeah, not much more to play before we get to those playoffs, but of course we will have a couple of matches at 4:30. We can just show you table 2, where this is absolute granite here between these two. 2-0 to Sleser. He needs a snooker with blue, pink and black left. The blue's over the pocket, so it's going to be in the pocket now. Black in the middle of the table, not a great spot really to get a snooker. It'd have to be a good one, particularly against Selby.
I'll tell you something, touching ball there would have been fantastic, wouldn't it? Wasn't far away, would have been quite a bonus. But as you say, Dave, it's going to be very difficult to get a snooker here with the black in the middle of the table.
But this has been... I mean, if you didn't know better, you would think this was the vital match of the whole tournament. They're both qualified, but credit to them, you know, they're going at it, and that's how they roll, these two.
Yeah, but I think it's very important that they do commit fully to this match, because they could be playing each other again in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right, and possibly, you know, it could be the overall final. We'll see. Whoever wins it will be on 5 points and will be group winner. Selby with a pos at the pink here, just to put the frame away. The old in or over, but it's going in, and it is 2-1.
6 in the frame.
There's Zhang. Well, you can't blame him for being a little bit tired. They're comfortable chairs as well, those big chairs. Could easily have a nap there. Just need a fire and then maybe a glass of something.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's completely recumbent there in that armchair, rather luxurious armchair. Been part of this event now for years.
2008, the first Championship League. Yeah, they've been ever present. And he's just resting up until frame 3. Just waiting for Matt Selt to return. Yes, it all ends here this evening. £10,000 to the winner, plus all the money they've accrued, of course, along the way, the trophy. And our winner for 2026.
See the difference in height there between Zhang Anda and our referee. Our referee Ian Wagstaff, 6'5". Zhang Anda, 5'3".
Yeah, Ian Wagstaff, tall official, but I was upstairs earlier and the Leicester Riders, the basketball players, were training, and some of those guys, Dom, I mean, they're the first to know it's raining, put it that way.
think both of these players would love to be able to play a safety shot that would bring the black back into play. The problem is there's a red near the black spot. But it was Matt Selt's previous safety shot that put the black there. Unintentionally, really, I'm sure. Brought the black back into play there, but there's a chance here for Zhang Anda. If he can play this leftmost red and get the cue ball over towards the green side of the table, he could block off this side of the table and make life a little more difficult for Matt Selt. He could have played that better.
Thank you.
There's a red just above the black and the red together there that if he played a safety off, he could fluke it in the left corner, but it appears he's playing something entirely different. Played the red below the pink.
And a miss.
And he's missed the red and caught the pink first, and our referee Ian Wagstaff will be mightily relieved that he didn't have to replace multiple balls here. I'm sure Matt Selt will play the red that's over the pocket. We'll see here, he just caught the pink first. There is the narrowest of channels to try and play the cue ball through to try to get onto the blue or bulk colour, but you'd have to be very precise. Sure, he'd like to play off the red closest to the left corner, but he will have to make sure that he catches it thin enough to avoid the jaws of the pocket. safety shot. Both players are searching for. The black is blocking the left-hand side of the table. Zhang Anda could play the top red and just miss the cannon on the black to get back to bulk, but he's got to be careful of the blue. Oh, he caught it. He was lucky there. Now, does the red above the pink pot into this corner pocket? With that red being so close to the right corner, it makes it a rather big pocket. And I think Matt Selt is interested in this.
Yes, he's helpfully just demonstrating how he intends to pop this red off the one by the pocket. Of course, it can always go in cleanly. Oh dear. Well, he's sort of surveying the damage. It looks like it could have been a lot worse. Is this red onto left middle? Maybe not. Well, if he's got away with that, that's incredible, really.
Yes, the words blue murder spring to mind. I think he's got to play the red that's near the bulk line there, because it's a more direct safety shot back into bulk. Because of the red that's near the right corner, you can't risk leaving that on. So what he's looking for here is to get the cue ball into a very similar position to where it is now, but just a little closer to the bulk cushion if possible. He's tried to use the blue to snooker the red over the pocket. Has he managed it? It's a bit of a risk that he took there, allowing the cue ball to travel so far, Zhang Anda. That's Selt wondering if he can just swerve around the blue a fraction to pop that red.
Because if I miss again, I might go for swerve. So just look at the swerve. Yeah, it's fine. Foul and a miss.
Well, you could hear Matt Selt there instruct the referee and Zhang Anda to have a look at the way the cue ball lay, because he basically said if he doesn't reach the reds and he has to play it again, he might try the swerve around the blue to pop the red. Well, he hasn't reached these. And Zhang Anda may exercise his right to have the cue ball replaced, but does he think he can pop the red? This looks tricky. Oh, that was a risk, to plant one red onto the other. That's not like Zhang Anda to play such a risk, or take such a risk as that. That could be very costly.
Yeah, and you saw from the overhead, they were a long way apart, those reds, and it's not like the red was hanging in the jaws, was it? Far from it. So, yeah, well, Matt Selt, he got away with one a couple of shots ago, didn't he, let's be honest, but that's all part of the game. Now can he profit from it? Well, there's the answer. very nervy frame, this.
Yeah, very scrappy now. Matt Selt didn't get enough backspin on the cue ball there. That's why he missed the red on the thin side. Strangely enough, the red to pot here is the one that's along the cushion rail. To screw back for the blue, it's a very tough pot, but it holds a lot of positional value, but the red near the yellow pocket doesn't really. If he plays the red near the yellow pocket, the cue ball's going to finish fairly close to the baulk cushion, and there won't be anything you can do about it. Can't tell me there's a gap through to the pink there, surely. Incredibly accurately played if he can get through to it. Look at that gap, it's virtually not there. But can he see the pink? I think he'd be playing it by now.
The thing is, he gives nothing away, does he, Zhang, at all? There's just no expression other than just the same one. But he's playing it.
Zhang under 1.
Well, there's clearly a possible red to the right corner, but it won't be easy to get the cue ball away from all of those other reds for position on the colour. The black won't pot anywhere. Considering the red near the yellow pocket, which would be the one to play if you want to get onto a colour, I think he'll have to play it, in all honesty. It's missable, given what we've seen in the last 5 minutes. There would be a lot of players on the tour, attacking players, who would like to play the cue ball into the two reds near the black to free up the black here. That's because you'd expect to be on another red. Matt Selt didn't play that cannon. So the black is out of commission still, the pink's a little awkward. So he's really only got the blue to play for now.
Meanwhile, table 2, Elliot Sleser is going to get the win here over Mark Selby, 3-1. It's been hard fought, that match.
Thank you.
So Elliot Sleser is going to finish top of the table with 5 points. Mark Selby will be on 4. Of course, Tom Ford can still get to 4 as well, but of course they're both in the playoffs later.
7.
He's managed to play through for the pink there by cannoning another red out the way, but he'd love to be half ball on it rather than dead straight, which he appears to be.
Selt 13.
Oh, Matt Selt is playing like a player that knows he can still qualify but must win matches as comfortably as possible to do so. Seems like a player under pressure. He was unlucky to be so straight on that previous pink. That red was missable. But Zhang Anda don't have a straightforward red to attempt here, and again positionally there are no guarantees either.
Well, it's been a stop-start frame, but can Zhang now just get into that lovely rhythm that we've seen him in so often today, or rather over the course of the Championship League itself? Of course, he's played himself into the Players' Championship. Next week he'll play Sean Murphy in round 1 in Telford, with a chance to get into the Tour Championship as well. So a big few weeks coming up, and all of that means he could still actually get in the top 16 and be seeded for the Crucible. So all is good with Zhang Anda. He's feeling great about his game right now. Doesn't have to play in the qualifiers for the World Open because his match has been held over to Yushan. He's actually playing a Chinese wildcard. And the winner of that plays our colleague Stephen Allworth, who beat Noppin Senkarm 5-3 earlier to qualify. Yeah, Stephen Allworth acquitting himself very well this season. He's had a lot of good wins. Lost a few close matches as well. That was a very good win to beat Noppon Sengham, a very solid player. Very tough competitor. But finally, Zhang Anda able to remove these reds away from the black to make the black available. So he has multiple options here. He's only 6 points ahead. I think his aim will be to be more than 43 points ahead as he approaches those two tricky reds together there near the left centre. One thing he couldn't afford to be there was short of pace, so he can't leave himself close to his next red from the angle that he has on the black. Well, it's a credit to him that his concentration is still holding up, because it's been, as we know, a very busy few days in terms of playing and travelling and concentration that comes with that.
Desperately wanted to be above the blue there. I'm just wondering if he can drop the pink in and fall naturally on the red that's on this top cushion. Well, what's he looking at? Does he think he can pot the blue and cannon the two reds into play? That's what he's played and tried to do, but he hangs his head. That's because he's not on a red here. 43 points to the good. 51 still remain. Was hoping to leave himself on the lower red of the two, but he just caught too much of it and it fell against the cushion.
So Zhang needing one more red, Selt needing them all in this third frame. Chance for Matt Selt to try and get the cue ball in behind the black here. Oh, he's played a cracker here. He's certainly snookered two reds, forcing Zhang to remove the only safe red. He's in trouble here. Zhang needs to find a good shot. Well, he's been a little fortunate, but Selt had a big slice of luck early, didn't he? When he could easily have left reds on. If the brown isn't impeding his queuing here, he could take this red on into the yellow pocket and play for the black. This would be the only red he could leave, theoretically. Oh, where's the cue ball going? He's okay.
Zhang may attempt this red that's near the brown spot, but he's got to be careful of the jaws of that left-hand centre pocket. No, he's not. What's he playing here? Tried to leave the cue ball on the baulk cushion. I don't think it's travelled far enough. I think the red's cuttable to the yellow pocket. That could be a very costly mistake. I'm potting this red. I wonder if Matt Selt will try to cannon the green into the middle of the table, because it's just slightly awkward where it is. Just looking at the scores, he has a few points still to play with. Not that many though. 38 behind. He's got 4 points to play with, so yeah, he may not risk the cannon on the green. He could do with playing for the blue or the pink here perhaps. That's pretty much perfect. It's very easy to come off this top cushion and back up towards the remaining red, and if he pots the blue with the remaining red, he'll be able to win the frame by a single point.
Well, the cue ball listened to you, Matt. You said no, and indeed, no problem. He'd obeyed instructions here. Looked for a minute like it might even go in the middle, but it's a little knuckle, and he's okay. He's perfect, actually. So he can win by a single point.
This time being the wrong side of the blue will cause a problem. He could drop the blue in, but he'd be a long way away from the yellow, even though he'd have a good angle on it to get onto the green. He may well have to play around the angles here to get closer to the yellow.
Yeah, it was Zhang Ander's problem in the last frame, wasn't it? He broke down on the yellow when he looked like he was going to clear up. But Selt has certainly got closer to it. Now just looking at where he wants to be on the green.
70.
Oh, he's overscrewed that by 30 centimetres. Dead straight on the green with the rest is what he was looking for. Now he's got an awkward cutback, and he's going to have to play the brown into the same pocket. Too much reverse side on the cue ball. It accelerated off the side cushion and it's gone below the line of the blue. Asking a referee, Ian Wagstaff, to clean the cue ball. Matt Selt could drop the blue in and play a difficult pink from mid-distance, but I think he'll be playing the cue ball here and an outer bolt to get perfectly on the pink. And this will all be about the pace. It's a very difficult shot that he's faced with if he does take the cue ball around the angles.
Well, it's a tester with the rest. The cue ball just kept running. He still needs pink and black to take a 2-1 lead and keep himself in contention for the playoffs. He's played this nicely. But the black, still pressure on it.
37.
Some clearance there, see if he can complete it now. Wasn't straightforward. Red's down the table. He really had to work the cue ball. Well, that is superb from Matt Selt. He'll feel really good for clearing those up because, as I say, it wasn't straightforward at all. And it puts him 2-1 in front in this match. This is the last match of the session. Zhang Anda made all the running, didn't he? But just lost his way positionally. Developed those two reds by the middle pocket. Didn't get on one, and in the end, Matt Selt has cleared up.
Yeah, he overscrewed the yellow, didn't he, and had to play an awkward cut back on the green. And although he was on the brown, he couldn't have left himself much more awkwardly on it. Had to play it with reverse side off the side cushion, overscrewed it, landed the wrong side of the blue, and ended up having to play a very difficult pink in the end with the rest, which he managed to knock in, followed by a decent black under pressure. So he'll be feeling very good now, Matt Selt. So we have a look at the winners group table at the moment. Mark Selby at the top, Serdraff Wei and Wu Yiza having both won 3-2, keep their hopes alive. Still pretty tight though, this group, isn't it, Dave?
Well, there's lots of permutations and scenarios, but all we know for sure is that Sleser and Selby have qualified, but the rest of it really is up for grabs. That's why Tom Ford isn't quite secure yet, because Sergio Wei and Wu Yiza could both actually get to 3 points if they won their respective matches. Ford's looking good. He's not absolutely sure yet. And Selt, of course, bottom of the table, but he's got another match after this one, so he could get to 3. So it is wide open. We've got Wu Yiza against Matt Selt at 4:30 and Sergio Wei, Tom Ford on table 2. And then we will have the table completed. But all we know at the moment is Sleser and Selby have definitely qualified. Every frame, though, really is playing its part, which is how we like it, of course.
Yeah, as you can see there, Matt Selt is the only player that's currently completed 4 matches. Still got this one and one more to play. Serdraff Wei, Wu Yiza, Zhang Anda and Tom Ford. They've only got 1 match to go, of course. Zhang Anda playing here, it's his last match. So if Matt Selt can complete victory here, you never know what can happen if results go his way.
Well, it would be in his hands to a degree, because he would, of course, have to beat Wu Yiza, and then he would need, I guess, Tom Ford to lose to Sergio Wei. Anyway, that will all sort itself out. Right now, this is frame 4. Yeah, I think actually he would need Ford to beat Sergio, wouldn't he? And then Sir would stay on 2 points. Anyway, it's that time of the day where you start sort of looking at every permutation. Let's just focus on the table in front of us.
I mean, a lot depends here how tired Zhang Anda is and whether he feels he can still qualify. Matt Selt is giving everything here, though, isn't he, Dave?
Yeah, I don't think Zhang can. I was looking at it. I don't think the maths is in his favour. But whether he knows that, I couldn't say. Also, you know, sort of professionalism does kick in. We saw it on the other table with Sleser and Selby. You know, he still would like to win the match.
Yeah, little flick off the brown, which has left the cue ball in behind the yellow, and that's going to cause Matt Selt a bit of a problem here. One thing we do know, of course, is if Matt Selt didn't win this match, there's no way he can qualify. But these tables are never straightforward come the end of the group phase. Played a really good shot there, couldn't have played that much better. Oh, what a pot that was from Zhang Anda. That was so risky, and if he's on the black, I wouldn't say it's a bonus, he played for the black, but again, some positional shot as well. But he's missed the black. Oh, everything's gone wrong. He's missed the black's still on. The black's just flicked the pink into a possible position, and Matt Selt coming to the table now must think he could win the match from here.
Yeah, big visit for Selt. Zhang looks like he needs his bed, which you can understand. But he did have that chance, didn't he, in that last frame that went begging. He was really bossing the frame, just couldn't quite kill it off. So Matt Selt with a good scoring chance here early in this fourth frame. And then it'll be a bit of dinner and staring at the table. Not the snooker table, the league table.
Yes, I'm putting a bit of a hex on a couple of the players, I'm sure. But at least Matt Selt, as you say, Dave, has one more match to play after this. We've got to get the job done here first.
Yeah, Wu Yi's at his last match, 4:30. And then, of course, most of these players are off to Sheffield, not Sheffield, Barnsley tomorrow. Don't go to Sheffield, because the qualifiers for the World Open are at the Barnsley Metrodome. And it's a big tournament in Yushan, big money event in China, ranking tournament coming up next month in March.
Playing this red to the right corner because it's blocking the black into that pocket. But he's decided to play the other one, probably because he's concerned the cue ball would just clip the red that's on the top cushion. Doesn't need to take any positional risks with so many reds in open play like this.
70.
But now with the pink out of the way, he could pop this red to the corner and come off the top cushion and back around this left-hand side of the table to play the black into the same pocket. It's interesting to me that it's both the local boys, the Leicestershire curists, Tom Ford and Mark Selby, that's at the top of the group. Two players that are able to go home after a day's play, as they would have done yesterday. Probably a little more refreshed perhaps, but they have played the best snooker, it has to be said. Just overscrewed that a little, so because of that he may well cannon into those 5 reds now, but what he doesn't want to do is screw into the bottom red and catch it full ball. He could lock onto it and be on nothing.
It's pretty good. He's got the red 2 right middle, 38 in front. I know he loves this event, Selt. Of course, he had all those centuries. He had the maximum this year. So he had a bad day yesterday, but he was aware with his experience in the Championship League that it wasn't necessarily over. He was up against it for sure, but it was still about him winning matches to put himself in the position. He's won his first one, he's in the balls to win his second, and then he's got Wooyers at 4:30 with still a chance to get into the playoffs.
He was very despondent yesterday, having lost that match that he felt he threw away against Mark Selby. That would have made such a difference. But he's doing his best to recover from the deficit in this group that he's been faced with all along, really.
Well, it's nice. He's just come round to see if the black is now blocked to the left middle, the left corner, but either way, this is, well, it clearly goes. So this is now a golden chance to get this one. And he can have an hour's rest and then come back tonight, still in with a chance of getting into the playoffs. It's going to be some evening. We've got Mark Selby looking to complete a hat-trick. We've got Elliot Sleser looking to win his first professional trophy. And who knows, we might have Matt Selt as well coming up on the rails. Should be over the line. Snooker needed. This red will make sure. And it just puts Selt in the position. You know, coming in this morning, he did not look like the winner of the Championship League, but he's not out of this yet. Zhangander is. Valiant effort just to get here, wasn't it? Never mind the way he's played. He's got the high break for now, 1-4-3. He'll regroup, have a few days off, be back next week for the Players' Championship in Telford.
77.
But Selt ending this match with good feelings, a nice frame-winning break, one visit. Clearly playing to the level he wanted to today. The red stays out on 83, and it is Matt Selt who defeats Zhangander by 3 frames to 1 and so he is still in the hunt for a place in the playoffs, and therefore, of course, in with a chance of winning this Championship League. There is the table. You can see Selt now up to 5th place, so if he were to beat Wu Yize later, he would go on to 3 points. The complication there is that Serge Aouet is playing Tom Ford, so if Serge Aouet beats Ford, he'll be on 3, so then it comes down to frames and all that stuff will have to sort itself out, and there is still a scenario where Ford could actually miss out if he lost to Serge Aouet. Wu Yize beat Matt Selt. It's a little bit up in the air, but one thing for sure, it's going to be an exciting evening of snooker, and we'll be back at 4:30. The match on this table, Selt plays Wu Yize. Table 2, Serge Aouet and Tom Ford. And following those matches, it's the 2 semi-finals and, of course, the final of the BetVictor Championship League. It's going to be a great evening of snooker. We'll see you at 4:30 for the resumption.
snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays. Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Good evening from the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Welcome to the final night of the BetVictor Championship League. The winners group will be concluded this evening and we will discover the identity of our champion. But there's plenty of snooker to come before then and plenty of players still in the hunt for the top prize. Our final matches in the group, Wu Yizer against Matt Selt. That's coming up shortly on here on Table 1. Table 2, Serge Aouet against Tom Ford, and then semi-finals and of course the final to follow later this evening. Well, we know right now that Elliot Sleser is going to be top of the table on 5 points out of 6. Mark Selby second with 4 points, could slip down to third, but Zhang Anda has been eliminated, and then it's really any two from 4. So Tom Ford, Serge Aouet, Matt Selt and Wu Yizer all still in with a chance. And of course, as we know, they're playing each other. Ford is playing Serge Aouet, Selt is playing Wu Yizer. So that table is going to change with every frame. Matt Selt started the day with 0 points, but he's won his first 2 matches, so he's back in contention. But he's set up perfectly. Quite often at this stage, you know, you do have dead matches, but we don't. We have 2 very live ones. Selby and Sleser can relax and wait and see how it pans out. But Phil, it's all to play for.
Yeah, normally at this stage, there's an aspect of the phony war with one of the matches. We're just waiting for the semi-finals to begin. But as Dave so eloquently explained, the fact that the 2 matchups on table 1 and 2 are of relevance is just perfect, really. So many permutations.
Yeah, it's looking like the winner of this match will qualify. We can't say that for sure because frames do come into it, but that's the likely scenario. And I think both of them will be aware of that. Matt Selt certainly will, because he's been looking at the permutations. As he knocks in a great red here. Tom Ford, Serge Aouet is on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But Selt, I guess his experience in this event told him this morning that yes, he was in trouble, but by no means out. And I was speaking to him as we were queuing up for dinner actually, and he was saying, you know, one thing is I never chuck the towel in. So he's got himself into the position where he can still get into the playoffs. And when he lost that frame and ultimately that match to Mark Selby yesterday, you know, this didn't look likely because that was such a big blow.
Yeah, also threw a couple of frames away against Elliot Sleser. He might regret those at the end of the round-robin phase. One thing that could happen is that Selt and Tom Ford finish on 3 points each and have identical frames won and lost records. So then it would go on their head-to-head in the group. And Selt won that 3-1. So, yeah, hope springs eternal for him, and he's a man with momentum.
13.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, there's about 8 or 9 permutations depending on what happens, but what he'll be trying to do is win. That's all you can really try and do. They played just once before. Selt did beat Wu Yizer in the Scottish Open this season, of course. He got to the semi-finals ultimately, beat him 4-1 in the last 16.
20.
Whatever happens, it's going to be a memorable evening. We could have a first-time winner. We could have Mark Selby extending it to 3 out of 3. Meanwhile, Selt looks like he's just lost his way here.
He's not the kind of player to do anything untoward. stupid in terms of being overly aggressive, as we saw with Serge Way earlier against Wu Yizer. I thought he played a very poor match, went for 2 shots at least that defied logic. But if Serge Way beats Tom Ford on table 2, all is forgiven. I think for Wu Yizer, knowing what he's got to do will sharpen the focus. Nice little roll up that. So easy to be heavy-handed, or worse still, not reach the yellow. And look at these reds, so wonderfully open. Trouble this for Selt.
Well, looking to lay up to the red, but he actually got nowhere near it. Natalia Gradinari, our referee, and we should thank all the referees who've taken charge here at the Championship League over the last few weeks.
Towards you off.
In the miss.
Having to be so delicate, trying to just drop on top of the red.
Looks like he's got there. Yeah.
Yeah, the trade-off there for Selt, perfectly acceptable. 8 points given away, okay, but obviously not a scoring chance. That said, Wu Yizer retains the tactical initiative here. And you can see already raised intensity in his game.
Does feel sort of like 2 knockout matches, these two currently on, but it may not actually turn out that way. But anyway, certainly if you don't win, you're in trouble. Tom Ford, of course, has the slight advantage. He's on 3 points, the other 3 are on 2.
So over the course of the 8 groups, Dave, that's 192 matches. We've had 187 played. And the 5 remaining are the most important.
Yes, I always think when we start, as we did on January the 2nd, this feels a long way off, but here we are, the crunch, few hours in this year's event. Got a good cue ball, didn't he, there? Wu Yizu acknowledging that. He made a terrible start to the day, lost 3-0 to Sleser. But then he did beat Sergio Way 3-2 to stay in contention.
There's no doubt, though, his demeanour has changed for this match. Now the goal is in sight, he knows exactly what he's got to do. You expect Selt's safety to be superior, but equally he knows that Wu Yizu is a phenomenal long potter. So even when you played a really good one, it might not be good enough. Well, didn't quite come out for the black, but that's a case in point. It was middle of the pocket, that red. Just looking at the black to the middle pocket, but as you can see, the pocket entrance is so narrow. Yeah, and it's one of those you just have to get it, don't you? Obviously, you're going to be on a red, so common sense has prevailed, but he's caught the green there, not intended. I do like the shot choice, though. That shows he's clued up and realises this is win or go home. Yeah, I mean, there's so many matches you've got to play, and sometimes there's always a point where a couple of players slightly crack and, you know, are a little bit loose, but that's not going to happen at this stage. If you've made it to the last night and you've still got a chance to win the tournament, you're going to play properly, surely. Oh dear, this could not have finished worse. Not only the in-off, but the red in bulk. Yeah, he was up off that shot noticeably, wasn't he? Didn't like it from the instant he made contact with the cue ball. And the red catching the green and staying down there, well, that, as Dave said, could not have worked out better for Wu, worse for Selt. In that vital win over Sergio Way, Wu Yizu made breaks of 88 and 104, which was 13 reds, 13 blacks. Came in Group 5, won Group 6, so this is his third group. He's had 11 centuries.
in this tournament. I'm not sure many players have enjoyed it as much as well. He seems to have had a great time, actually. But of course, he'll enjoy it more if he does walk away with the trophy this evening.
Can't praise him enough for how he plays left-handed. By the way, Sergio Way with a break of 78 has quickly taken the first frame from Tom Ford.
Yeah, all day Ford has looked good to qualify, but he could be overtaken by two players, and that means he would miss out. Just so much up in the air at the moment.
You might have heard the rain beating down on the Mattioli Arena roof earlier. We had some very heavy showers. After one of them, what a large rainbow appeared. And for the winner tonight, there will be definitely a pot of gold.
Well, two more pots, and it should be 1-0 to Uyezd. The in-off has cost Selt dearly in this frame, it would seem.
I think from the way he's approached this frame, Dave, it tells us Selt will have his work cut out. Wu looks engaged and incentivised.
Yes, he's just a very dangerous player, isn't he? You know, he's very hard to keep out. So 51 the lead, 35 on. Matt Selt remains. Does he remain in his seat? No, he's getting up. Getting up to concede. So it is 1-0 to Uyezd in this crunch match here to decide the final standings. Just a reminder, we know that Elliot Sleser and Mark Selby are definitely in the playoffs, and it's going to be 2 from 4, and it's looking like the winners of these two matches, this one and Sergio Way, Tom Ford. There might be a slight wrinkle on that, but that's how it's kind of looking at the moment.
When you're in our position, i.e. David myself, you do become a little paranoid looking at the groups, because on occasions, I think I've done it twice over the course of my involvement in this championship, you say something that turns out to be completely incorrect. You've made the wrong calculation, or you've forgotten something, and so you just keep looking and looking and looking again. But I think we've got all bases covered this time.
Yeah, it goes on points first, then most frames won, least frames lost. If two players are tied, it's the result between them. So, for example, Tom Ford and Uyezd. Ford actually won that match 3-2. as Phil said, Selt beat Ford earlier if they were tied. Anyway, just try and win and then find out where you are afterwards.
One big difference between this and the Ranking Championship League, which is scheduled for June this year, is that quite often there, high breaks really matter. Well, not a kiss from heaven, but you can't complain. The pin goes to middle.
Seven.
Whatever happens, Selt will be in Barnsley tomorrow to play Liam Davies in the qualifying for the World Open. Wu Yiza will play another Liam Pullen. Tom Ford plays Alan Taylor, Elliot Sleser, Baiyu Liu, Mark Selby, Hayden Pinney. Sergio Wei, Xiao Hanyang, and Zhang An's match has been held over. He's playing a Chinese wildcard, so he'll play that in Yushan itself. So there won't be wild celebrations, whoever wins.
Thirteen. Fourteen.
Play to stun into that red more rather than across it.
$21. Sells 21.
What a fluke. No position, but again, as he was in the first frame, Selt could easily be tucked up behind a colour.
Yes, and that red just as easily could be hanging in the jaws of that right corner. It's always hard to get dead tight. I tell you who's really good at that shot, Zhang Anda. In Hong Kong and indeed here this week. Absolutely wedged behind the colour, playing the roll-up. But he has covered all the reds. Really good touch, that.
It's going to be 2-0 to Sergio Way on the other table over Tom Ford. No way back for Ford in the second frame. Sergio Way winning comfortably, just as he did the first.
Yeah, and concerns grow for Ford. He was in a real position of strength because those 3 points, he won 3 of his first 4 matches. But things are slipping. Well, again, he holds his hand up because he could easily have... The cue ball didn't make the baulk line. He could easily have left a red on there, an easy one, but not to be. I think Selt will be happy, though, that he missed the red, because he'll have watched Wu Yuza knock a lot of those in last couple of seasons. Of course, Matt Selt has won a world ranking event, the Indian Open, back in 2019. But it would mean a lot to him to win this as well, because it's a hard tournament to win. So many short matches. You've got to deal with all the head scratching about the table and, you know, the permutations and all of that. And of course it's all top players as well, so whoever does emerge the winner can rightly feel proud of themselves. Well, really did get a thin edge there, didn't he? Again, really good safety from Selt. Well, had he avoided the blue, that would have been a really nice return.
some big targets to get the cue ball behind of in bulk. But of course, he's only got eyes for the pot. Well, has he got away with that partially? One thing I've noticed with Wu is there's been, when he has been missing reds from distance, far more often than not he's been hitting them too thick. Not quite as accurate as he normally is. But riding his luck, it seems. Yeah, Selt not quite sure whether it can get through. It must be a really tight squeeze.
One.
Okay. Already 21 points ahead. The opportunity to equalise.
Well, this is not straightforward. The black's tied up now, and the other colours are all down the other end of the table.
Nine.
Well, potting the brown frees up another pocket. Potting the yellow, though, avails a good positional angle. Well, that's too thin to hold
13.
at the other end of the table, so lots of movement on the white needed here. Well, chose to accept his fate, and the bump off the middle pocket. Not the worst thing. Given he's nicely ahead, just occupying the table, that in itself is useful.
$18.
It's a real slog though, isn't it? Because you can only really take bulk colours, and obviously they're not worth very much. Well, if he's on this red to right corner, which I think he is, then that changes everything, because now the black is available. So, suddenly, he's a big favourite in this frame.
Would like to go into the mini triangle of 3. But he's got 3 reds behind the black spot that will work. He'll need 4 pots from here. That's fine, as long as he avoids a mistake like the pair he had against Elliot Sleser yesterday. Missed a really straightforward pink on the verge of winning 1 frame. A Blakovic spot on the threshold of winning another. But hard to imagine he's going to miss this black.
It's been a brilliant break, hasn't it? Because early on he was feeding off the small colours. He was doing a lot of travelling with the cue ball, a lot of shoe leather, until he freed black and red. So yeah, excellent break, and it should level the match. And this whole group, in terms of the standings, is coming down. It's just the last couple of frames now in both tables.
46.
Nowhere near the highest break of the day, but in terms of its compilation, one of the very best.
54.
Yeah, it's a very different context, but Mark Selby at the UK Championship in the final, 9-8 up to Judd Trump, put together a break of 69. And there are only 2 colours available. Literally 2. The yellow and the black only went to one pocket, one corner pocket, and somehow he kept going, kept potting them. Now, obviously, that was a much higher pressurised situation, but even so, it's not always the number of the break, it's how it's been compiled that you have to look out for, and this has been superb. Can get on his own case a bit, Matt Selt, but this has got to make him feel really good, this break. .69 it ends at, and Matt Selt levels with Wu Yize in this crunch match in the winners group, 1 each. And just to reiterate, it's looking very much like the winner of the match will qualify for the playoffs. Still 2-0 to Sir Jarway against Tom Ford on the other table. And again, it's looking like a straight shootout there. We can have a look at it. Now, of course, Ford is on 3 points, Sir Jarway 2, so this is where then frames come into it and all the rest of it. They're both coming into the match, won 11 frames. Obviously, Sir Jarway is now up to 13. So, if he wins the match, he has to go above Ford.
23.
And he has a chance, Phil, to get it won.
Yeah, red under the top cushion, not ideal. Black on the yellow spot, which could complicate issues.
$29.
Didn't want that kiss, he's knocked the red a lot safer. little tiny thin flick wouldn't have been too bad, but that was. Back within 15 though.
$36.
Well, he kind of lost his discipline against Wu Yiza, but all is not lost for Sergio Wei. Not a straightforward clearance, but he has a chance as we go back to table one. One each here.
Yeah, it could be an all-English semi-final lineup. Selt and Ford hoping they can join Selby and Sleser. That was the kind of pop that Wu Yiza trademarks. Very good indeed.
Free. Four.
When he gets into a scoring groove, Selt, he really does immerse himself in that zone. Once made 5 centuries in a best of 11 frame match. I recall the match when Stephen Hendry made his comeback. Lots of scrutiny on that. He played Selt, who's his big pal, and I thought Selt would be under an enormous amount of pressure. Maybe he was, but he played a really good match.
9.
Good heavy scoring match. Little malfunction there though. The cue ball much too close to the side cushion after that unwanted kiss on the pack.
Well, good pot. I like to be the other side of the blue, but he does seem to score well in this event. He's had 10 centuries this season, 7 have been in this Championship League. So he's only actually made 3 in the other tournaments put together, and actually 2 of those were in the ranking event, Championship League. Well, it's a good effort, but not to be.
15. Selt, 15.
If you get to the semi-finals, it's a guaranteed £3,000 bonus, £5,000 for getting to the final, £10,000 for winning the overall event, plus the frames are worth £300 each in the semi-finals and final. So for someone like Selt, where he is in mid-pack in the rankings, that's really significant prize money. On table 2, tight third frame, 1 red left on the table, Ford leading by just 4 points.
he's trying to play a kind of deliberate in-off. It's not in-off, sorry, miscue. He took a couple of swings at it.
When Selt pulled a face there, he just knew he'd left touching ball. We see it so often in this tournament, but it's always amazing how the feel, the atmosphere completely morphs when you get down to the final night of a group, or in this case of the tournament. Suddenly becomes a lot more serious. Shots are a lot more defensive. Players are a lot more mindful that one mistake could be very expensive. Basically, cavalier is replaced by cautious. Well, that safety weak in the sense it never threatened the cue ball to get over the baulk line. But there's nothing easy for Wu. Is he gambling? Gambling on a shot to nothing plant. He judged to perfection.
What?
Just a pity the cue ball travelled on an extra couple of inches.
With 1.
There wasn't much nudging in behind ball colours in that pot fest we saw earlier between Wu Yuza and Sergio Wei, but circumstances dictate. Third time, I think, that Wu has just used a colour to block Selby, to block Selt out.
Boundaries with 4. Oh, the miss. With
Well, the only good
4.
news is
Free ball.
it was only 4 points, not 7.
Very professional of Natalia Gradinari. She had to call the free ball. It was, but of course there was no way it was going to be employed.
Oh, the miss.
It seemed harder to do that, didn't it? It seemed harder to go through the middle and not hit one. Nothing on, so back we go. 4th attempt coming up.
Yeah, Wu Yusa was prowling around there, but you just knew the white was going to be replaced. I don't think there was any debate whatsoever.
Wow, this is like an anxiety dream for Matt Selt.
With 7.
Another nod of the head. So that's 19 points he's given away in the 4 unsuccessful snooker escapes, and now they've got to sort out what moved and what didn't.
It's to the black.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was putting it.
Or the black was close to the red. So if the red doesn't go further, put the black that way. I couldn't see that much of the red.
Selt's doing all the talking, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, Wu sort of made a cameo appearance there, didn't he? But no one sort of clocked him, so he went back to his seat. Anyway, to be fair to Selt, he should know, because this is now the 5th time he's going to play this. Wow, he has hit one, but he's left one to the middle. So that's the worst actual scenario for Selt. He could swallow giving away the points. It's not leaving one on that he was worried about, and that's what he's done.
Wu wants to make this 2-1. It is 2-1 on table 2. Tom Ford edging the 3rd frame on the brown. So Serge Alway's lead cut in half.
7. 8.
Struck that really well. Got an instantaneous screw back reaction on the cue ball.
Well, it's not worked out. I wondered if he was going to try and cannon the red by the black, but he's played a different shot and he's not on the colour nicely.
Pink ball.
With the 4 reds very close to the left-hand side cushion. 20 points is nice lead, but it's a million miles away from being decisive. White flew all around the table, amazingly, making no other contact with a ball apart from the original red. And he could have left an easier opening than this. This initial shot is not easy.
One.
Again, all balls avoided apart from the one he potted. So again, that lead could be significantly padded.
Bit unlucky this red has sort of gone on the cushion because he's freed the black and the two reds in that shot. He's just a bit hampered playing this, as you can see. To raise the bridge hand. Nicely done though.
8.
Yeah, he's got two advantages with that shot. One, he's very tall, big reach, but also his bridge hand, he comfortably elevates it, so he plays those shots better than the average. Scrappy frame, no breaks of any note. But now Selt is 35 adrift.
What a place to finish though, over the top of the pink. No sort of shot on the red to middle.
Who is 15?
What a sloppy shot. Please don't fluke it. But he has covered it, Dave.
Well, I was hoping it would go in just to see Matt's reaction. But anyway, yeah, he's got second prize, isn't he, as you say? Oh, can he swerve it? Can he come cushion first? At the very least, he needs to move it. Yeah, it was just hard to control, wasn't it, position? So it's a frame where balls are being potted in kind of isolation.
Yeah, the side he had to put on the cue ball to pot the red was detrimental to the positional aspect of the shot. Wooyers isn't the best in the defensive department. He needed to get the cue ball deep into baulk there. It only just limped over the baulk line. So Selt in.
Yeah, I mean, Wooyers is still only 22, he's learning, but I mean, it's an obvious example. But say Mark Selby had been ahead in this frame with balls safe, he would have absolutely nailed down the shutters, wouldn't he? There'd be no coming through the door. But you tend to learn as you go. Judd Trump is a great example of that. You know, when he started, he was a raw, talented potter.
6.
Now he's a terrific all-round player.
Yes, and age is no barrier to tactical awareness. John Higgins, as a teenager, was sensational.
Yeah, but John Higgins practiced with Alan McManus and grew up watching Steve Davis. Wooyers hasn't come from that background, so he's having to learn on tour.
Oh, it was a lovely angle to go into the two awkward reds. Matt Selt reeling away from the table in absolute disgust. Especially because he's left this easy opening red to middle.
What?
So, Wooyers with a good lead. Already 35.
7.
Going to need a couple more reds. Well, a red and a black. 43 with 43 on, but realistically 2 more reds.
You know, I'm not surprised he missed that. It's amazing. He was just trying to hold on the last but one red to knock it in, which would have been frame ball. And there's something about that kind of shot when you're trying to hold. Maybe he tried to pinch a little bit of the pocket. Because, of course, the thicker he hit that with drag, the easier it was to hold for the red that Selt is now going to take on. What a frame this would be to win, or in his case, lose.
Selt fails to get the cannon.
5.
It's been a right old trudge, hasn't it, this frame? But we are where we are. 31 in it, 35 on. But it's not just the points difference, it's where the balls are, and they're all on, aren't they? You know, if Wu Yu's had a couple of colours safe, he'd be feeling better about things, but he doesn't. So he needs the red, but if he leaves it for Selt, that could be that.
He's missed the red completely. And those 4 penalty points make a huge difference. Now 35 the difference, 35 on, so the best that Selt can do without recourse to penalty points is to force a respotted black.
It's a good effort, but he hasn't quite got in behind the black, so Selt just about lives unless he knocks the green in. Oh, Matthew, you're living on the edge, my friend.
Well, the red will go to middle. But the only colour he can pot off the last red is the black. Could pot another colour, of course, but then he would need a snooker. The green being over the pocket does provide a natural safety zone. Put the red anywhere in that segment of the table and it won't be potted. Went for the cheeky double, Dave. I think there was method in that shot. As we've talked about, yes, if Selt pots that last red, all very well, but he has to pot the black as well.
The dreaded double kiss. It's an acute angle to the middle pocket, this. But if he pots the red, Selt needs Snookers. Don't touch that green. Well, in fact, it might be too thin to pot. Yeah, looking at that angle, he's gone for the double instead. Well, he can't believe the green didn't go in. It looked certain to go in, didn't it? Riding his luck here. 32-minute frame.
Yeah, also luck involved with the cue ball going so close to the red, because it gives Woobies no chance of a telling safety, surely. Yeah, that's all he could do, and now, of course, Selt can achieve separation between red and white. From where he was, that was not a good shot. Because down the spine of the table, there are so many balls to hide behind. Clinging on though, Dave, clinging on.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know how that green didn't drop. I don't think he did. And then, as you say, he didn't leave the red on either. Just wonder if the stars are sort of aligning from that Selt. He was nowhere this morning, was he? Played 3, lost 3. This looks a good shot, though. Well, can see the red.
It's an identical situation on the other table. 1 red left. Serge Olway trailing Tom Ford by 35.
Well, surely that is that. You can just focus on the pot here. And it should be 2-1 to Wu Yizet. Selt has conceded. It was a lengthy frame. It's gone to China's Wu Yizet, who leads 2-1. And if he can win one more, he will be in the Championship League Winners Group playoffs later this evening.
Yeah, not Wu Yi's kind of frame, you would assume, but I think he stuck with it pretty well. And yeah, winning those sometimes have more psychological impact than if you make a big break and win them in under 10 minutes. Yeah, so it's got that feel about it, almost like knockout snooker, but not quite. Now then, this could be
22.
A knockout blow for Tom Ford. Serge Aoué needing this frame to win 3-1. Pink and black for a respot.
Yeah, real drama ahead. He's surely going to pop pink and black.
28.
So the black comes back on to decide whether he's through or whether they go to a decider.
35, Serge Aoué.
Well, it was always going to be the most dramatic night of the Championship League, of course. It's the last night, and that's certainly the case on table 2 now. Andrew Barkland will set them up. We'll let you know what happens, but here we go. Frame 4. Wu Yi's leads Matt Selt 2-1.
Yeah, potential 2 frames left. Selt has to win them both. And Selt's fate could be resting on that Serge Aoué Tom Ford frame, because if Serge Aoué wins it and gets to 3 points, he'd have 14 frames won. The most that Selt could have won would be 13 for 3 points. But of course, Selt could then go ahead of Tom Ford.
Yeah, it's still massively up in the air, isn't it? I do feel it's whoever wins the 2 matches who's likely to progress. Obviously, we'll have to rubber stamp that later.
I mentioned this a couple of times already today, but I think it's worth another airing. He threw away 2 frames against Elliot Sleser yesterday, or as we see the respot from Serge Aoué.
Superb pot, and that is victory for Serge Aoué, and he, in winning, will go to 3 points, and he goes above Tom Ford. And so he will qualify for the playoffs later. It looks like he's going to play Mark Selby. In fact, I'm sure he is on table 2. Well, bearing in mind how he played against Wu Yi, where he seemed to frankly get the hump about things. It didn't look likely he would qualify, but he's obviously had an hour or so, Serge Aoué, to calm down, and has played very well in that match. It was a good respot, wasn't it, he potted? The mists are slowly clearing, Phil.
Yeah, I think the operative word being slowly. Up it goes, past the blue. He's not sure. Oh, that was a source of great pain for Selt. I think at that point, it seemed to me Wu Yi had given up on that.
Here we go then. It's his chance. Selt knows it's his chance to put himself into the semi-finals. Just to run down the table, Elliot Sleser has got 5 points. He's top. Mark Selby 4 points. He's second. Serge Aoué 3 points. He's won 14 frames. Tom Ford 3 points. He's won 12 frames. Wu Yi is on 2 at the moment. If he wins this, say he wins 3-1, he'll be on 13 frames. So he will go past Tom Ford and he will qualify and play Sleser in the semis.
17.
Yeah, Tom Ford's playoff goose is cooked.
Yeah, and he was in a position of strength, wasn't he, this morning? It just shows how it can turn around. You know, he won his 3 points yesterday. He's lost his 3 matches, or 2 matches actually today. So Wu Yiza, he won't be thinking about all this other than just try and win the match and then go and find out for sure, am I through or not? And the good news is he will be.
25.
Thought there was an amusing moment earlier today up in the tournament office. In between sessions, Mark Selby ambled in and said, just to make sure, I'm definitely through. Yes, Mark.
Yes, and I'm sure he made sure everyone could hear him as well. Yeah, no worries on that score.
Yeah, that's like Frank Sinatra walking into the Carnegie Hall and saying, am I top of the bill? Yes, Frank. Well, that shot isn't top of the bill. It was very borderline as to whether he would get past that red. But he's just about done it. Mind you, if the red that's just to the right of the pink doesn't go, well, that gives you the answer it does.
He's playing for the maximum, isn't he? That's what he's doing. He's played for the black there, and I don't think he's on it. Well, it's very tight. Shake of the head. I'm sure Matt Selt will be delighted to see him shaking his head and then just pop the pink. You could see he wanted the 147. He did say in Hong Kong he was going to be going for them. But, you know, you'd have thought that he was on nothing.
You're mischievous, you are, Dave. You wanted him to fluke that red earlier on to see Matt's face.
Well, if Selt does lose here, he does have the consolation prize of... he's got a ticket at Villa Park for Aston Villa Brighton this evening. But he'd rather be in the playoffs for the Championship League. He needs Wu Yiza to slip up very soon.
It's been the best ever season collectively for the Chinese contingent on the World Snooker Tour. And we're getting very close to 2 Chinese players being in the semi-finals of the winners group here. Very close indeed. You know, in some respects, not dropping on that black a few shots ago might have done him a favour. Just crystallise his thoughts to win the frame.
64.
Well, he could pip Zhang Anders break of 143. But first things first, get the match won. He's 2 balls from doing that. And I think in a way that it was significant he won that scrappy frame, because this is more his wheelhouse, this sort of frame, but he did duke it out and win the disjointed frame to give himself the lead.
72.
So all over, it's just a question of whether he can now beat this 143. £1,000 for the high break in the group, of course.
Yeah, Selt, spare a thought for him. He will have plenty of regrets. I think most notably what he did at the tail end of last night. I was mentioning that before we went to the respotted black. Absolutely threw 2 frames against Elliot Sleser away, missing a very straightforward pink and then a black off its spot in another frame. And they come back to haunt you.
Well, there's a 146 on if he takes blacks with the reds out. That's a very rare break, much rarer than 147. But with the black here, he's going to finish with a century, and that sends him into the playoffs feeling really good.
Tell you what's always
104.
right at the top of the agenda for Wu Yize. Just playing his own game. He's comfortable in his own skin as a snooker player, and he's becoming more and more difficult to beat.
111.
Well, it's about where he needs to be to get back on the black. Sort of grinning. Well, he's definitely grinning now because that's not quite as intended, but he'll take it. Of course, when he played Neil Robertson on his Crucible debut, Neil actually made 2 146s against him in about 3 frames. How does he get to the yellow, though, from here? Yeah, couldn't really get close. I just sort of fancy him to knock this in, though. He's just such a terrific potter. Yeah, wonderful. Brushed the green, but he's okay. Well, there have been only 38 146 breaks recorded in professional snooker compared to 239 maximums. So it is a rare break. Selt is sort of one-man audience, isn't he, leading the applause?
124.
By the way, don't ring up Zhang Anda and tell him, because he must be asleep by now. Let the man sleep. But it looks like his £1,000 has been snaffled by his good pal here. What a way to win it. He wanted a maximum, but as I say, this is a feather in his cap as well, because 146 is a much rarer break than 147. Absolutely brilliant from Wu Yize, 146 to win it, 3-1. And nice congratulations from Matt Selt. He's rode his run. So we know the semi-final lineup then in the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League. On table 2, just getting underway, is Mark Selby against Sir Jia Wei. And in 5 minutes' time here on table 1, it'll be Elliot Sleser against Wu Yize. One of those 4 men will be our champion tonight.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So bit by bit the picture has become clearer, and we now know our four semi-finalists in the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League. Elliot Sleser topped the group, 5 wins out of 6. Mark Selby second on 4. Sergio Way, Wu Yizer and Tom Ford all on 3 points, but it's in terms of most frames won. So as you can see, Sergio Way 14, Wu Yizer 13, Tom Ford 12. So Ford misses out by a frame. Sergio Way is up against Mark Selby. They're already underway on table 2, and for us it's Elliot Sleser and Wu Yiza. So just 4 players left. Remember, a total of 25 players were eligible to enter. Actually, had more than that because there were a few pull-outs because we clashed with those qualifiers. But we're down to the last 4. One of those players will be a champion. Worth saying, Sleser and Sergio Way, they're yet to win professional titles, so it'll be a big evening for one of those two, but it'll be a big evening whoever comes through. Mark Selby, of course, well used to winning this tournament. He's won it the last 2 years and already in with a chance to go 1-0 up here against Sergio Way. It's live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, of course. I guess, Dominic, in terms of reputation, Selby would be the favourite of the 4, but also actually the way he's played.
Absolutely, and it's his capability as a player as well, and what he's achieved within the sport. Because of course now we're at the semi-final stage, the mindset changes. It's a straight knockout, as tournaments usually are, and Mark Selby has proven the last couple of years he's best equipped to cope with it all, and he's in first here.
Well, we'll follow that with interest, but table 1, the top seed after the group phase, Elliot Sleser, and interestingly, this is the first match he's played on this table.
First frame.
Played all of the matches on table 2, so let's see how he gets on with it. Wears has not had long from the last match, but he finished it so well with that 1-4-6, I'm sure he doesn't mind.
Well, he may be attempting this long red into the right-hand corner. Oh, goodness me.
What?
I don't know what professional players of today think when they're watching their opponent attempt a pot like this from tight under the bulk cushion, but I mean, back in my day when I turned pro, you just didn't expect people to knock those in as regularly as they do now, and through no fault of his own, really, it was an excellent break-off. He might not get another shot.
8.
My goodness, it's a tough school these days.
Yeah, phenomenal pot, wasn't it? And as that red just drops, much to his surprise, yeah, because he's coming into the match just feeling brilliant after the 1-4-6.
Well, that was a classic case of too much backspin on the cue ball, reacted
16.
far too much. Once it contacted the lower reds of the pack, you'll watch it here. Develops the reds. Look at all that screw back. It's left him in no man's land. There are still potable reds, but they're difficult. But he's knocked it in. And just fearless. Look at the red. He was a certainty to leave. Do you know, if he misses that red, he's got every right to go back to his chair thinking he's lost the frame, because look at the position of the balls, but just knocked it in so calmly. Fabulous pot.
20.
Mark Selby's over the line next door, so it's going to be 1-0 to him.
Well, of course, because of his performance in the previous match, Wu Yiza has the momentum. He's 22 years of age, and 12th in the world already.
Yeah, not only has Sleser not played on this table, but his last match against Mark Selby, that finished about 2:30, 3 o'clock, so it's been over 3 hours. It's quite easy in that player's room to sort of almost drift off into a reverie, or at least start eating all the snacks. We've all done it, let's be honest.
Can't have done. I got there first.
34.
Well, he's not making a meal of this, is he, Wu Yiza? This is a very quick kill in this opening frame. As long as he continues now, he's got everything where he wants it.
Yeah, and just a quick word on the fact that Elliot Sleser hasn't yet played on table 1. That's not a problem if the two tables play very similarly to one another, but do you know, even though the tables are placed fairly adjacently to one another, it's seldom the case that they both play the same way. There can be a slight difference in the speed off the cushion rails, sometimes a difference in the ball reaction, but certainly there can be a difference in the speed of the bed of the table, and that can cause you a problem.
Well, I guess he'll find out if he gets a shot, but at the moment he's just watching. point earlier where we just went off the boil a bit, but that can happen. You know, they're long 2 days. It's about peaking at the right time, which of course is these playoffs, as long as you get into them. Elliot Sleser topped the group, but quite often the person who does top the group doesn't actually win the playoffs. We'll see whether that's the case or not.
55.
But this is a pretty devastating start.
As you can just see Elliot there, sitting in his chair. He's done nothing wrong in this frame. There was not a lot wrong at all with the break-off shot. In fact, there was nothing wrong with it. But yet, it may be and remain his only shot of this first frame.
61.
Wu Yize, of course, won the International Championship, big ranking event in China this season. 2 finals last season. Top 16 player now, 12 in the world. So very quickly he's become one of the best in the world, and this frame, barring Snookers, is gone. He'd like another red for sure, to make sure, and then he'll be targeting another century. Frame's been going 5 minutes.
72.
It's the case when you're as young as Wu Yize is, just 22 years of age. You can make rapid improvements in a short space of time as you go through your teens and your very early 20s. And what you're able to gain through those years, more than anything else, is consistency. That tends to be what's lacking when you're in your middle teens, but he's fast becoming a very consistent, reliable scorer and break builder. And of course he'll be learning the tactical side of the game along the way as well.
81.
Yeah, and he's had the great strength, and he's got many. He really enjoys it. You know, he seems to have a smile on his face a lot. He loves playing, loves going out there, showing us what he can do.
Yes, and he's very popular with the public, isn't he? Very tall young man.
Well, he ended with a total clearance, 146 in his previous match. Is he going to start with another TC?
96.
Seems very likely. It's certainly another century with this black. Incredible 2 frames he's played here across 2 matches. What a talent.
103. 105. 108.
This is his 13th century break in the Championship League. It's only the 3rd group he's played in. Well, like you say, I mean, Elliot Sleser did nothing wrong.
123.
But what a first red, and what a break. What a stylish break it's been. A total clearance of 130. You won't see many better than that. That was wonderful. And Wu Yize are already, in around about 7.5 minutes, is 1-0 up in the semi-final. And the polite lad that he is, he's getting the balls out as well, the ref.
Yeah. Struggling though to get the top off the bottle there, though, Dave.
Well, can't do everything it seems, but he's a pretty good potter. But that was some start, wasn't it? As I say, Selby has won the first next door as well. So Sleser, well, he just had to sort of sit and take that, really.
Yeah. And he'll be approaching frame 2 now with an air of trepidation. He's already under pressure. Semi-final, all the league matches, or group matches rather, have come to an end now. It's a straight knockout, so there's a lot more pressure on the players now. Be desperate to win this second frame, otherwise he'll really be on the ropes. But, you know, just going back to where he is, to achieve that level of competency, you've got to be practicing so many hours, and snooker psychologically really must be the be-all and end-all. You must want it more than anything else in your life. And as he gets older, that's not normally the case. He's just got to make the most of his younger years.
I think it was noticeable as well against Selt. He did win a much scrappier frame, albeit one where he always kind of had the lead, but he didn't, you know, throw it away. But yeah, when he gets in scoring, it's absolutely frightening. But takes two to tango. Elliot Sleser knocks in a long red. He wants the cue ball to hold up. He's just about going to do so. It's worth saying, of course, they played in the group this morning on table 2. Sleser won 3-0. So he's got that in his locker.
Yeah, Elliot's fast becoming a great player himself. He's currently ranked 22 in the world on the 1-year points. He's 12. Was as high a few tournaments ago as number 8 on the 1 season points, but he's having a great time this season. He's very, very consistent. He's a hard worker, as all the solid all-round players tend to be anyway.
Yeah, he'll be in the Players' Championship next week and has every chance to get into the Tour Championship as well. Going to play Zhao Xingtong, the world champion, in fact, in Telford.
11.
And of course they had that fabulous match, didn't they, at the World Qualifiers last season. Zhao Xingtong was in control of the match, but Elliot came back strongly and only lost, I think it was 10-8 in the end.
Yeah, I think he played the best against Xingtong of anybody in the World Championship in all rounds. Anyway, that can wait because this match has come to life immediately, hasn't it?
And now this is the ideal situation for a break builder. With that red that's closest to the left corner, Elliot can screw into the pack of reds now in the expectation that he's guaranteed to be on that red near the black. And he is. Oh, what a start we've witnessed here to this semi-final. The ball hasn't been missed yet.
Just to say, by the way, Mark Selby's break in that opening frame against Sergio Wade, 94. Yes, Leicester would love, of course, to get his hands on his first trophy as a professional, because he is renowned as a hard worker, hard practicer.
Very hard sound of the cue, tip and ferrule. Elliot, one of the converts to the detain and ferrule, they sound rock hard, I have to say. They're not normally as responsive either as the brass ferrules are because of their density. There, for instance, he wanted to cannon the pink 4-ball but couldn't quite get enough purchase on the cue ball to make that cannon, but he has this red to the right centre as an alternative.
47.
Possibly would have liked to have been a little straight on the pink, although it's straight enough, I think. Yes, no problem. Screwing back a few inches for choice of reds to either corner. This is great riposte
54.
from Elliot Sleser. 2 break-off shots, look like costing each other a frame.
55. $62.
Well, amazing stuff. But what a wonderful response, because Wu Yiza made that eye-catching 130. But has been kept in that seat. It was Elliot Sleser who knocked in the long red first shot in this frame. Black, and it's looking like one each. Just like this red in as well to make absolutely sure. And then he can attempt to make his own century.
70. $71.
Well, pot success 100% all round.
Safety success 0.
78.
Well, not taking any chances there, lost position, but the frame is well and truly over. And Elliot Sleser, in no time at all, has levelled up at one each. Little smile between the players. They're enjoying themselves, and we're enjoying watching them.
Must be quite a pleasure as well for our referee, Natalia Gradinari from Moldova, officiating here for the semi-final. The final will be refereed by Andrew Barkman. The final, of course, will take place roughly 5 minutes after the conclusion of this match, provided, of course, players concluded on the other table in the other semi-final.
So 1-1 in no time at all.
And it's Leicester to break.
Just feels like the break-off shot is more and more important. Hold the back page. He's missed one.
Interestingly, Elliot Sleser chose the other side of the brown to break off from there, to play the cubel in behind the yellow. It was a good break-off shot. He still left a potable red, but fortunately, from Elliot's point of view, he has missed it on this occasion. So he's in first here with a really good opportunity. That's one of the things with these titanium ferrules. You don't get that secondary action through the pack of reds quite as profoundly as you would with a brass ferrule. It tried to create a double action, but a mere hint of it really, nothing more. He was lucky though to have that red behind the black, so the break continues. It was important that he landed fairly straight on this red.
32.
Had he been short of pace, the cue ball would have been cannoning into other balls and there wouldn't have been any guarantee of position. All reds and blacks so far.
33.
I think it's fair to say he's got the measure of the table anyway. We were wondering about that, but no worries on that score. Sleser ranked 22 in the world. Being in the Players' Championship and maybe the Tour Championship, he does have a chance to push on towards the top 16. It's quite difficult because there's such big gaps in terms of prize money, but tomorrow he's got a big match, World Open qualifier as well. If he gets in the final stages there, it's all good news for him.
Judging by some of the positional shots that he's playing within this break, does suggest to me that he's aware that he's on a 147 and that he's attempting to make a 147.
49.
Just hear him say there, good shot. Into sarcasm because it wasn't played as well as he'd like to have played it. So, no attempt now at a maximum. Need to make sure, if he can, that he can win the frame from here. He did well there just to get high side of the blue.
Well, the good news for Wu is that he can't beat the 146 either, but it might be bad news in terms of going 2-1 down. Selby's just winning the second frame. He's miles in front, so it's going to be 2-0 against Sergio Way.
$63.
And you'll notice there that Elliott punched that red through to play a stun run through. Better playing it like that than just rolling it in, because he's playing a much more positive shot, striking the ball more positively.
Well, he's not put a foot wrong. I mean, even the first frame that he lost, all he did was break off. It was a good break-off shot. Williams had knocked in a miracle red, made 130 off it. Then he knocked in a long red. Won the next frame.
71.
In this frame, Williams attempted a long red, missed it, and Elliott Sleser, barring snookers, has done enough damage to lead 2-1. That'll do nicely. He's on this red, and
78.
already 3 snookers needed, but certainly if this goes in, that is it for sure.
Well, if he can, he'd like to stun into the middle red of the 3 here, which would leave him in good position, but he appears to be running through. Perhaps he has the angle to bring the awkward red into play. He's just missed it. Well, what a shame. No sentry break, but commanded performance in this 3rd frame from Elliott Sleser. He takes the lead for the first time in the match and is just 1 frame away from a place in the final.
Yeah, and Wu Yiza, since the 130 in frame 1, has had 2 shots. So that just shows you how quickly it can turn. He's just sort of left the arena between frames, a little shell shot maybe. But credit to Sleser, as I say, coming onto this table for the first time against an opponent who's just made a 146, feeling good, made a great start to the match. Sleser, though, has played 2 excellent frames, and he's 1 away from the final and a meeting potentially with Mark Selby. It's 2-0 to Selby on table 2. Once again, the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel with the action there, and then the final will be here on table 1, and it'll all be over, Dominic, by the end of the night.
I know, yeah, incredible. It's been a wonderful event. We've seen some amazing snooker, maximum breaks, so many century breaks. I mean, some of the performances we've witnessed have been incredible, and well, the performance of Elliott Sleser and Wu Yiza so far in this semi-final has been incredible. It's almost exhibition snooker, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it's kind of maybe not what you expect in a match like this. You know, you think this is going to be nervy because you're trying to get to the final, and it might be a little bit conservative and scrappy, but I mean, it's been the exact opposite, hasn't it? And, well, it's been great viewing as we wait for Wu Yiza to return. The final will be best of 5. The winner will pick up £10,000, runner-up 5,000. The semi-final is 3,000, plus, of course, all the money they've accrued along the way. It's £300 a frame in these playoffs themselves. And Wu Yiza very much in the driving seat for the high break prize of £1,000 with that 146.
Well, it's testament as well to the way the tables are playing, that the professional players are able to perform the way they have done throughout the event. As I say, there have been maximum breaks. In fact, one of the groups there were multiple maximum breaks. I think in one group there were 34 centuries. I mean, it's just an amazing standard of play, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been just proof of, you know, the standards in general on the tour. While we've got a moment or so, we should, of course, thank everyone here at the Mattioli who've looked after us. Dan, the chef, in particular, he's a very important cog in the wheel, isn't he? Always puts on a great spread. And, of course, also our tournament director, Marcel Eckhart, who's been running things upstairs and, indeed, will be presenting the trophy later on.
Yes, indeed. Marcel Eckhart putting the referees' gloves aside to be our tournament director here. He's done a sterling job. It's been a wonderful event. I think the players have enjoyed mixing with one another as well. Great camaraderie between the players and the officials as well. Been a very enjoyable experience as well for us in the commentary box.
But who is going to prevail? There's still time, of course, for Wu Yiza to reach the final, but Elliott Sleser, super confident, just been made to wait a little bit here for frame 4. By the way, the Summer Championship League, the ranking event, will be back towards the end of June, so put that in your diaries. Anyway, here he comes. Can he level it up? The break-off shot again, you know, is going to be important. Last time he left a red on, Sleser did all the damage.
He's left the very same type of shot on here for Elliot Sleser. The cue ball this time is a few inches closer to the baulk cushion, but this is still very comfortable for Elliot. Has his bridge hand on the cushion rails, a nice distance between his thumb and the cue ball. Yeah, it's just a beautiful position to cue from. That was just the perfect distance off the baulk cushion for a player to play a shot like that. And the worst thing about it from Wu Yi's point of view is it was a natural angle for the cue ball to go around the back of the black and away to safety. He didn't have to play it with any side or any backspin. He'll be happy enough with this position on the blue.
Mark Selby, by the way, 101 the break in frame 2 to lead Sergio away 2-0. And he's in front early in the third frame as well.
I did at one stage think both the Leicestershire cueman, Tom Ford and Mark Selby, would make up half of the semi-final lineup, but at one stage they were both atop the table, but Tom Ford has rather fallen away and hasn't quite made it through. And you can see why with the performances of players like Wu Yi's and Elliot Sleser here that we're witnessing.
14.
Well, Sleser's done nothing wrong yet, has he? I mean, he broke down when frames were won, but in terms of live play, he hasn't missed anything.
And again, this is the type of shot that players deliberately leave themselves to be low on a red at the back of the pack, to either play it with topspin or backspin to bring reds into play. You can never be 100% sure you'll be on the black. Sometimes you can just finish so close to a cushion, and that's what's happened there. And there was check side on the cue ball, so when it made contact with the cue ball, it didn't really go anywhere. There's pressure on this. What pressure. Oh, just beautifully cued. And that's the thing, Elliot's such a technical player. That's the sort of shot that technical players enjoy playing, because their cue action, they work so hard to hone, really can stand you in good stead when you have to play a shot like that from under a cushion rail. Oh, did he play for the blue or the pink there? Now, if he plays into the pack of reds off the blue, there's a chance he could plant a red in, so I hope he doesn't play that. Decided on the pink. Difficult to tell if it's spots available. It may be. Oh, yes.
37. $38.
Would appear that this red he's about to take on will be the penultimate of the available potable reds. So he will need to go into the reds again, although those two reds just below the pink are a plant to the left corner if you can see enough of them to play it.
So it's gone wrong. The Reds run safe to the side cushion, 53 in front. It's a useful lead, but obviously wanted to continue and get the match won there and then.
Well, if there's any chance that he can see enough of the red to the left of the pink to pot it to the left centre, he'll take it on. It's the only ball he could leave. But can he see enough of it to attempt the pot? I'm not sure if a touching ball was declared or not. That would be helpful. If it were to be a touching ball. You would think it was, but you can never tell.
And it's Leicester 53.
Well, he didn't miss, he just didn't get on one. Williams is going to remove this safe red. Well, it's pretty safe now. It's in the pocket. What a thing to happen. Wow.
Absolutely wow, because he's got a chance of the yellow here with a good angle to run down for a red. And he's potted it. But he was a little overly careful. He didn't really strike through the cable there. He rather just tried to put the yellow into the pocket rather than play it confidently. That's why he's a little short of pace. I don't think he wanted to cannon the black, but do you know, it's finished okay. He has a lovely angle here to play for the loose red to the right of the pink. Just needs one half decent pot, really.
Well, you can never predict when the bit of running will go your way, and it's certainly gone Wu Yiz's here.
12.
Elliot Sleser's done nothing wrong, but it could be 2-2. I'd be bitterly disappointed with that positional shot. The blue's not quite on its spot and he's the wrong side of it. And I don't think any of these four reds will pot anywhere. The red in the middle of those four will pot to the right centre. And there you can see, in fact, looking at that, it will pot to the corner pocket just about. But he's playing the green, and you'll need to play this with a lot of power to get close to the reds. Didn't pot it cleanly. Left himself a lot to do here. This is a risky shot to take on. It has to find the pocket. You'll expect to lose the match if this doesn't go in. Just on the black. I can tell you Mark Selby's won 3-0 against Sir Jarway in no time at all, so he's going to be the first man into the final. It was looking like Sleser would join him, but the fluke got Wu Yiz in, and he's still going here. And you Be surprised now if he broke down. He's got them where he wants them to make it 2-2.
And I suppose, Dave, this is what was exciting in snooker maybe a decade or more ago, when you never knew if a player would suffer a kick at a crucial time. Well, that seems to have disappeared from snooker now. That's not going to happen. Points coming from a poorly played safety in which the red went round off the cushions and into the right hand centre pocket. It was on the yellow, it was a good yellow followed by a good red with the rest. And this is Mark Selby just mopping up Dave on table 2.
Yeah, he's won that in no time at all
91.
Against Sergio Way, and he's going to have a little 10 or 15 minutes to collect his thoughts, because we're going to get a decider surely here. But Selby, we said at the start of the day, the man to beat, and underlining why here. Short and sweet, 3-0 against Sergio Way. Mark Selby looking for a hat-trick, of course, and into the final. Now then, Wu Yize needs this blue to lead by 14 with 13 on. He's on the pink anyway. Well, Sleser was in, he lost position, he played safe. Wu Yize was very lucky to fluke the red, but you have to commend the quality of the break that followed. And it's all on the last frame. It's been a terrific match, and we have a decider to see who takes on Mark Selby in the final.
I just wonder how much that will hurt Elliot Sleser psychologically, the fact he did precious little wrong. He went into the pack of reds, and you can ask most of the professional players, whenever you need just one more good split, when the reds just fan out nicely for you, one more time when you need it to win a match, it rarely happens for you. And it didn't there for Elliot Sleser. Played a safety. Wu Yize misjudged his safety return, but the red dropped into the middle pocket. It was a good yellow, yes. But had the red not dropped, Elliot Sleser might still have run out a victor.
Just on Mark Selby, he made breaks in that match. He won 3-0. He made breaks at 94, 101 and 104. So, playing good stuff, I think it's fair to say. The match lasted 46 minutes. And this hasn't been going long, has it, this one? But we've got one more frame before the final here. The last match of the Championship League on table 1. Either matchup will be interesting. Sleser, of course, looking to win his first title. It'd be a big evening for him. But if it's Selby Wu Yize, that is, I think, particularly so, because it's England v China. It's the establishment against the new brigade.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. And of course, the contrast in styles of play as well. You've got one of the greatest all-round players in Mark Selby. Plays at sort of a medium pace, and you've got the fast-flowing, exciting player who goes for a lot of shots in Wu Yize.
Well, we'll see. It could yet be Sleser. He's not surprised he left the arena. You know, he's just got to tell himself he did nothing wrong there. You're playing well. Really is playing well. And it could be just who gets the first chance here. We know it'll be Sleser to break off, don't we? That is one thing we do know.
Yes, and I wonder if he'll place the cue ball just to the right of the brown as we look to play the cue ball in behind the yellow instead of in behind the green, as most players do. But the key thing is, bearing in mind you'll probably leave a pot on of some sort somewhere, somehow, is to try and get the cue ball tight to that baulk cushion so that it limits the spin that your opponent is able to apply to the cue ball. I often wonder, you know, what the referees think when they're refereeing two players in fine form like this. They must be very impressed. It's like a free exhibition for them.
Deciding frame then, 2-2 between Wu Yize and Elliot Sleser to take on Mark Selby, who's beaten Serge Aouet 3-0 in the winners group final, the overall final of the Championship League. Here we go. Sleser to break. Well, this time he hasn't left him in with a chance.
He's rather surprised that he doesn't have a possible red to go for, but even if the red to the right of the blue was on, it would be very risky with that red near the black that's potable. So, the first time in this match a safety shot played at the beginning of the frame. I don't think I'd want to re-wrap, because if I were Elliot Sleser, I wouldn't want to have to break off again.
Touching ball.
Yes, that's a very good safety. The yellow is blocking the path to the left-hand side of the pack of reds. This red may be possible to the right of the blue, but even if it is, it's too risky. So, well, could be back to square one again here.
Well, it just kind of looks buried. Well, it seems he can get the white away.
This time, though, he hasn't hit the left-hand side of the table, but Wu Yize has got to be careful here. If he plays off the left red off the pack, he could glance off the black and go close to the right corner. Just depends what he wants to play. He could also play off the red closest to the top cushion, which would be safer.
Just in terms of the group, Selby beat Wu Yize 3-2 yesterday, and Sleser beat Selby 3-1 today. Of course, they'd both already qualified by that point, but they played it as if it was the final, actually. I mean, they couldn't try any harder if they play in the final this evening than they did in that match.
Elliot can attempt this red if he wants to, but because of the situation of the match, he's reluctant to take any unnecessary risks. I think Wu Yize would have taken the red on. And that's a good safety shot as well from Wu Yize, because that red that's close to the right-hand side cushion could cause a problem for Elliot Sleser if he's not careful and he doesn't catch this next safety shot correctly. Sleser's turn to have a little bit of good fortune. I think he expected that red to catch some of the reds at the top of the pack, but it found a gap and eminently potable. But is the blue in the way? If it isn't, this is a big chance of Uiza, because the black is on this spot and easily potable to the opposite corner, and he's taking it on. It must go. Oh, he's knocked it in. What a chance this is now. I thought Elliott had been lucky. He certainly hadn't been.
Well, another crunching long pot from the cue of Uiza, and it's in his hands. To set up an intriguing final with Mark Selby.
8.
Well, I think he's made the decision to play up for the blue here, to go into the pack of reds. Although the red just behind the black is potable to the left corner. Personally speaking, I think I'd rather play for that red by the black, and I'd rather go into the pack of reds from the black, not the blue on this occasion. There's a lovely little gap between the reds at the back of the pack there. There's a red directly above the black, but to the left of that there's a little gap to screw the cue ball into. Just having a look to see where the reds are likely to finish up should he play for that gap. He can't actually hold the cue ball low on the black here because of the angle on the red. Well, he's gone into the pack from a red. That's something that nobody advocates, and it hasn't worked out. This black is very thin. I'm amazed he's chosen to play this shot.
Well, it was a big risk. Has it paid off? Can he pot this black and continue? There's the answer. Yes, he can.
I played that black with the opposite hand as well. I mean, the audacity.
$36.
Now, can he run through here and just bring a red into play? He's dead straight, is he? Just did enough to be able to nudge that red into a potable position, and that could make a huge difference here.
50.
Well, things weren't bad enough for Elliot Sleser. The two reds next to the pink looked to be a plant as well, to the corner pocket, and the red just below those two reds is available anyway. He does appear to have landed very straight on the black though. Lots of side spin, but not enough. And all of a sudden, things are going wrong.
57.
Well, they're just threatening to unravel, aren't they? Sleser staying focused in case the chance comes. Classic betwixt here. Not nice for either pocket.
Yeah, he's looking at those two reds, looking they're a dead set plant because he can't risk playing the cue ball into bulk left of the brown because he'd leave the plant on. So he's got to consider that as well now if he wants to take the red on.
Superb, and that feels like it could be the winning shot. And the frightening thing is, at 22 years of age, he can improve yet. He is some talent, isn't he, Wu Yize? Got lucky in the last frame with the fluke, of course, as we see this shot again. But who knows? I mean, he might have won the frame anyway. We'll never know, obviously. But the fact is, it was a massive help. But then he had to make the winning break, which he did. Don't feel like Sleser has really done anything wrong, though, in this match. But if the black goes in, his race is run, and you can't blame him for being disappointed. He's played so well.
Yeah, he's thinking of two things. Firstly, the fluke in the previous frame, which allowed Wu Yize in for the winning clearance, and secondly, he played one shot here that he caught just slightly wrongly, cut the red too thin, and he's probably thinking, why didn't I get one piece of luck there, whereby the blue would cover the red and it wouldn't have been pottable, because it was just pottable, and it's cost him the match.
Yeah, it's been such a high standard. It's just the odd thing here and there, and that's all it's been, has contributed. But what it means is we're going to have a fascinating final between Mark Selby, an established all-time great, and Wu Yize, a man who's already realising his potential. Clash of England and China, a clash of generations, clash of styles, promises to be a real treat here this evening.
86. '87. '94.
Still time for another century to add to the collection.
95. '101.
It was a great match, and 101 to finish. Elliot Sleser congratulates Wu Yize, who is into the final of the BetVictor Championship League, winning a real thriller there in a decider. And he's going to play Mark Selby, who's looking for his third Championship League title in a row. What a final we have for you. Dominic and Phil will be along with the commentary in 5 minutes' time. The final then, Mark Selby against Wu Yize.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double.
He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time.
Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Stoyer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ.
What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benton. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
It's been written through the history of snooker. No matter the format, the cream seem to rise to the top. And that's certainly the case in the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. It is the two highest ranked players on the world list who will contest the final. Mark Selby, who was simply irresistible in his 3-0 semi-final drubbing of Sergio Way. I thought he played absolutely magnificent snooker, outscoring Sir by 355 points to 7. And what a semi-final on table 1, where Wu Yize came through 3-2 against a very unlucky Elliot Sleser, who was in control, leading 2-1 in 53-0. Then Wu Yize flew to red, cleared up with 80, and then made a century in the frame that mattered most. So, it sets up perfectly for the grand finale of this tournament. 192 best of 5 frame matches in this event. 191 have been played, just one more to go. With me, Dominic Dale, for the crunch match. And Dom, I think it's very difficult to predict a winner, although I will say this: if Selby plays like he did in the semi-finals, I think it's impossible for him to lose.
It's amazing, isn't it? Because that was on the other table, of course. We were covering table 1, and myself and Dave Hender were enthralled by the performance of both players, really, but of course Wu Yize in particular. But, you know, it's great to have a contrast of styles, isn't it? And Mark Selby could make life very difficult for Wu Yize as we have a look at the winner's trophy there. One of these two players will be picking that up in an hour or so from now, you'd think. Who will it be, I wonder?
And normally when we get down to the final of the Championship League, we're talking about the champion of champions, but that's a moot point because both of these have already qualified. Mark Selby twice over, and Wu Yize as the International Championship winner. Big occasion also for Andrew Barklam, the referee from, well, he's living in Manchester now, originally from Birmingham. Best of 5s, you would think that would be the environment for shocks. And yet, here we are, the two highest ranked players in the group, going head to head for the lion's share of the prize money.
Tell you something, looks a bit angular, that trophy. I wouldn't want that to impale me, would you?
It is ahead.
Well, if you think about it, Dom, I wouldn't want anything to impale me.
Of course.
Thank you, the first frame. Oh, sorry, Fraser, bear with me 1 second.
Our referee just making sure that everything is in order before we start. Mark Selby has never lost to Wu Yize.
First frame.
He's beaten him
Wu Yize to break.
twice in ranking events, both in the English Open of 2022 and 2025, i.e. this season. And they've played each other 3 times in this season's Championship League, Selby prevailing in all of them. When he won Group 5, Selby, he beat Wu Yize in the semi-finals 3-0, and Wu didn't pot a ball.
In a lot of sports, and I think to a degree it includes snooker as well, when you come off such a great performance, like the one that Mark Selby put in the semi-final, you can create a lot of adrenaline, but then you have that little break, even though it's not been that long, 15 minutes or something like that, 20 minutes, that adrenaline can begin to subside from your system, and then to come out and play again and try and recreate that can be a bit of a problem sometimes for some players. Don't know whether it'll affect Mark Selby or not, remains to be seen, but let's just see how this pans out, because as I say, we have a contrast of styles here, and that always makes for a potentially very entertaining match.
Yeah, we must also emphasise the point that Wu Yize played exceedingly well in his semi-final as well.
Yes, he really did, but he was literally still playing 7 or 8 minutes ago. Mark Selby's had probably 20 minutes break, and that can make a difference, but Wu Yize has played a great safety there. Could be that Mark Selby's snookered on all reds.
So just to repeat, even though it's the group final, it is the same length of match. Race to 3, best of 5. I've seen him play that shot so often, but every time he does, I'm still in awe of it. Look at the cue ball as well.
Did you expect anything else from Mark Selby? It's an incredible shot. But, you know, I've said it before, I think I said it yesterday, he comes from an 8-ball English pool background originally, former world champion at it in the early 2000s. And some of his tactical knowledge, I'm sure, comes from pool, which is such a tactical game.
I would love to see him play on the World 9-Ball Tour. Even if it's only for one tournament, I think the UK Open in late May would be perfect for him. I think he'd do really well. Yeah, UK Open in Brentwood this time around. Come on, Mark, take up the cudgels.
I think he'd struggle, Phil, with an 8.7mm ferrule size. He'd need a specialist cue making.
Well, Wooyeza was fortunate against Elliot Sleser. There he's been unfortunate. Any thoughts of taking on the red to the top left-hand pocket? Went straight away when he knew it was going to be hampered queuing over the brown.
And furthermore, I can't see any path back to bulk here. That doesn't involve high risk. Surely he must come off the side cushion and rest upon that red there to the right of the black. He'd have to play it poorly to leave a pot on somewhere. Oh, he's going to leave the cue ball on the top cushion but play off the red instead.
Looking for his second tournament win in his native Leicester this season. Of course, he won the Champion of Champions here at the Mattioli Arena back in November. Looking for his third consecutive Championship League triumph, and he's won the WST Classic here as well. So it's been a real stamping ground for him.
You can tell whenever you watch Mark Selby play snooker that it's almost like a game of chess to him. Well, on another day, that type of mistake could easily have cost him the frame. He's been very fortunate there, Wooyeza. I don't think there's a possible ball that Mark Selby is likely to attempt. Or another ball, not just in snooker, in all sports, of course, can be so important at times. I was looking at the potting angle of this red to the right centre. It is pottable, there's no doubt about it, but it would be a huge risk to take it on with no guarantee of position to a colour.
Mark Selby knows what it's like to lose in the final of the Championship League. He was runner-up in each of the first 2 years. First to Joe Perry in 2008, then to Judd Trump in 2009. But latterly, he's been Mr. Championship League. In 2024, he beat Joe O'Connor here, 3-1 in the final. He overcame Kyron Wilson 3-0 last season. What a hat-trick it would be, Dom. What a hat-trick.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Steve Maguire won the ranking event version at the beginning of the season of this event. He defeated Joe O'Connor by 3 frames to 1, another Leicestershire human. Oh, there's no way he attempted that and offered his hand as an apology immediately, but he got such a good cue ball, I can't see him taking on the brown. But he has control of the table now and can play a good safety.
Well, the last hour or so, the snooker gods are very much smiling on Wu Izzer, aren't they? He's normally smiling around everyone. He's very effervescent. His personality, very joyous, full of the joys of spring. Hard to be, though, when you're getting flukes against you rather than for you.
Sometimes it's better not to lay a snooker as long as you play a good safety, and that's worked out well. But Selby needs to be careful with this one. Oh, that's not bad. Very different start to this first frame of the final. Just a single ball potted, and that was a fluke. By now, I think we'd have seen 2 frames played in the semi-finals.
You can't help but think if this develops into a real old-fashioned tactical battle, there can be only one winner. But when it comes to potting and break building, and potting from distance, Wu is right up there with the very best.
Yeah, and so is Mark Selby, of course, from what he's achieved within the sport. It's a wonderful safety shot. Just look at that. Found the gap between the green and the brown. And problem is, with all those reds along the top cushion with the black there, it shouldn't be too difficult to leave this safe. Just got to be careful of the red, though, that's closest to the right-hand corner, which is in a pottable position. I'm not sure if the pink will pot into the right centre. If it doesn't, then it must be considered that the 2 highest value colours are both tied up.
Under this sustained safety pressure, the dam will surely break, but it's not broken yet.
Chance to free the pink here in playing off the red just above it, and a chance as well to try and get the cubal in behind the green here.
What a cagey start to the final, only one red potted, and that was a fluke.
But he didn't play that well. He played it with a lot of pace and he's flicked off a red. There's a red that may pop to the left centre, and I think there's a red that's cuttable to the left corner. But if this red finds its target, Mark Selby could be first in here. And it's in, but the cannon on the red has left him just the wrong side of the pink, but I think it's straight enough to be okay.
These days, the tour is ultra competitive.
7.
Yes, we've had multiple winners this season. Zhao Xintong World Grand Prix last weekend, also the Riyadh Season Championship. Karen Wilson, Shanghai
8.
Masters and the Masters. Fine achievements. Mark Selby, though, going for 3 tournament wins after being crowned King of the Champion of Champions and also winning the UK Championship.
Got to play good positional shots here. The pink isn't available anywhere. There's the cue ball going. It's caught the jaw. Now that could cause a problem. He's not on the blue, and the brown's too straight. The yellow's too thin. I think that may be under break, you know.
Well, you know for sure the consummate match player he is. He won't be overcome by frustration at loss of position. Did so well there, but there is a limit to what he can do.
80.
Well, that's why I didn't think he'd try to continue the break. The chances of getting on a red were very slim, but he has left himself a chance of a cuttable red. And he's knocked it in, so it was worth the effort and potting the brown after all. But has he got a better angle this time on the green? Well, not really. But Mark Selby has one of the smallest tip sizes in the game today, and if anybody can create enough backspin to get position from here, it's he.
backspin and reverse side.
22.
Stubbornly refusing to leave the table.
Still too straight on the red. How does he get onto a colour this time? Surely he can't. Finally, gives up.
Mark Selby, 22.
Yeah, the great tactician knows when to pick his battles, and he also knows that when he runs out of position, pointless getting agitated by it. Just put full concentration into the safety, and that's what he's done there.
And that's another poor shot from Ruiza. He's overplaying these shots. The previous time could have cost him the frame. It cost him 22 points. But he's left another very possible red here for Mark Selby into the yellow pocket. And it's the only ball he's likely to leave on if he misses it. So it's certainly worth taking on. Can run through for the blue or the bulk colours.
He's playing like a machine right now. Absolutely spot on with everything.
Six. Seven.
Love to leave himself very straight on the pink to the left centre if he can, to play for one of the two reds together near the pink.
40.
And that's just about perfect. And of course potting the lower red of the two brings the one next to it into play. He's held the spot there. I'm sure the pink doesn't go on its own spot. It goes on to the black spot. But does it pot into the right corner now?
20. $21.
There's your answer.
$27.
Mark Selby's already worked out that he didn't need to bring any of those awkward reds into play here, because this pink, the next red and high value colours, will be enough to make the frame safe.
$34. $35.
With the disappearance of the pink, which seems like a formality the way he's playing, Wu would need a snooker. One more red absolutely 41. Seals it.
$42. 48. Mark Selby, 48, and the frame.
Not the highest break you're ever going to see, but that was very well compiled. A run of 48 from Mark Selby. He bossed the opening frame. The only ball that Wu Yiza potted was a fluke. Selby, 1 down, 2 to go in his quest to win this BetVictor Championship League for the 3rd consecutive season. John Higgins has won this title in back-to-back years, twice actually, but no one's ever won it 3 times in a row.
Well, he completely dominated his semi-final. He dominated frame 1 of this, so difficult to see how Wu Yiza's going to be capable of creating enough pressure on Mark Selby to force him into errors. He's going to have to score well, pot balls, and try to play this match on his terms. But the problem is, when you're playing somebody who's so tactically good as Mark Selby is, he can stop you from doing that. And that could be the problem here for Wu Yiza. Made 2 poor errors though in that frame that cost him the frame. Trying to rest upon reds near this top cushion, overplayed the shot twice, and it cost him the frame.
Second frame. Mark Selby to break.
Selby in the zone, looking to remain there and looking to power on.
Although he potted a red in that previous frame, as Phil has already said, it was a fluke. I can't remember a shot that he actually attempted to pot in that first frame, and coming into frame 2, having not really seen a ball, it's going to be very difficult for him to pot long balls and get in. He's going to have to try and create opportunities tactically against Mark Selby, and that's going to be quite a difficult task, you feel.
When an all-time great starts to play great snooker, it's a joy to watch. This is a carbon copy of how he played to win Group 5, if you recall. Has a nice angle to work with on the black. He'd like to cannon one of the 3 reds just to the right of the pack. In fact, the lower red of the 3. That would leave him nicely on a red to this left corner. There's the cannon. Just caught it half ball. Full ball would have left him straighter on this red, but he can certainly play for the pink to the left centre from it, at the very least. Andrew Barklam asking Mark Selby for patience because he knew the pink spot was occupied. Therefore, the replacement of the pink, closest to its own spot in a direct line with the black, was always going to take a while. Has to be precise.
19.
The white cotton gloves that referees wear can be very slippery at times, so they tend to dampen the fingertips for extra adhesion.
$27. $28.
I'll be surprised if Mark goes into the pack from here, because I don't think they're a good pack to go into from the black. I think he'd like to play for one of the loose reds if he can, and go into the pack perhaps from the blue. But he can get so much spin on the ball. If he can screw into the red to the right of the pink, which he managed, and get that fizz through the cue ball, which you can't really do with titanium ferrules. Mark
35.
Selby isn't one of those converts, and he's able to get a lot more spin on the ball, which helps him a great deal there. You'll see the secondary action there in the cue ball, which forced it through the pack of reds a second time, and that's why he's on a red.
$36.
When he's playing like this, there's almost an inevitability about the fact he's going to pot balls. But still, a heap of work to do.
43.
To batten down this frame.
$44.
Well, I had a chat during one of the videos I was doing for Stephen Hendry's YouTube channel, and we both agreed that when Mark Selby's at his best, he's the hardest player to beat that there is, and I likened him, and I always have done, to Novak Djokovic in tennis. I've always thought when he was at his greatest,
48.
he was just nigh on unbeatable. Although, of course, in tennis you play on multiple surfaces, so things can change.
Yeah, and the reason for that, there is no weakness. When he's at his best, there is no weakness.
$49.
Keen potting eye. Devastating scorer. Shrewd shot selection. And bottle, of course, as well, Tom.
Oh yes, but do you know, I've got to mention something. As I say, he comes from an 8-ball pool background, and he used very small tip sizes in pool, and then he turned his attentions to snooker. Now, for such a solid all-round player who's got the lot, as Mark Selby undoubtedly has, he's the only player I think I know of who plays with a tip size under 9mm, who plays the style of snooker that he does. But it's such a benefit because he's able to do things with the cue ball that other players can't with bigger tip sizes. John Higgins is such a similar player to Mark Selby, but he uses something more akin to sort of 9.75, nearly a millimetre bigger in tip size. That makes a huge
55.
difference to what you're capable of doing with the cue ball.
Thought he might have hit a minor snag there. And that could still be the case because he's on the incorrect side of the blue, with balls yet to be potted for 2-0.
$60. 61.
Tell you one thing about Mark Selby, he likes these Rasson tables. It was these playing surfaces that he won the Champion of Champions on. And of course,
66.
These 2 Championship League triumphs as well.
I think so many players like these Rasson tables because the number of big breaks and centuries and maximums we've seen. The speed of the bed of the table as well is wonderful. I think the players really enjoyed playing on these.
Wu Yize must wonder what's hit him. Remember, when they played in the semi-final of Group 5 last month, Wu did not pot a single ball. He spotted 1 red in this match, and that was an intentional.
Well, in this frame, he played a safety shot, and the red travelled up towards bulk. Mark Selby knocked it in.
80.
And this is a result of it. So again, it was an unforced error from Wu Yize. He didn't have to leave that red on for Mark Selby. And he's finding out here that he's playing the great man in great form. Those tiny mistakes are just magnified enormously.
$88.
Well, earlier today he made his 950th career century. I think this might be about 953 by now. Made a couple in his semi-final.
$101.
It's his 14th century of this tournament, and he's only participated in 2 groups.
$106.
And he started this winners group dreadfully, didn't he? He lost his first match, and Matt Selt had the match won against him. Played the pink over the green pocket, didn't get it close enough. Mark Selby needed a snooker, played a magnificent shot. Got the cue ball behind the black, won the frame, won the decider. And it's transformed
150.
His hopes of progressing to the semi-final. He's just played so well since then. And now he looks unbeatable.
$121.
The black for a total clearance of total class. Mark Selby is just playing snooker, as Clive Everton used to say, snooker from the gods. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, you know, when Selby beat Selt 3-2 yesterday, and he got that snooker on the pink, and then another one to force the chance to pot pink and black, I recall saying, well, tomorrow night when he's lifting the trophy, we might be thinking about this, and obviously you were Dom, and so was I. Still not there yet. Things can change in these best of fives, but the way that Mark Selby is performing, it's hard to imagine that Wu can battle back. He would need something, well, frankly inspirational.
Yes, of that I concur, and I caught a glimpse of Wu Yize's expression there as Mark Selby returned to his chair at the end of that terrific total clearance, and it was a look of appreciation, really, of the greatness of the performance of Mark Selby. But, you know, it's only a best of 5, and if Wu Yize does get an opportunity and can win this next frame, there's only 1 frame between them. There's still a lot of pressure on Mark Selby, who now needs just one more frame to lift this trophy for a third consecutive year, and that's quite an achievement.
Third frame. Louisa to break.
Well, at the very least, Wu needs to make his presence felt. Maybe change the game plan, maybe really just go for it.
I'm sure Mark Selby's wife Vicky and daughter Sophia will be watching this. She might be considering putting the dinner on. But in all seriousness, things can change quite quickly, especially in a best of 5. Just wondering if Wu Yiza will decide to take on a few pots to give himself the opportunity to score, because I don't think he's had a potable ball to go at, really, for much of the match.
Yeah, Selby played decently in the group, but in the playoffs he's been untouchable.
Well, please don't tell me Wu Yiza has failed to spot the fact that there's a plant on into this right corner, and if Mark Selby takes on a shot like this, he can bet your life he feels it's a certainty.
Didn't hold the cue ball quite as he wanted. That second kiss, that's what did him in.
Well, he's able to strike below centre, which means he can play the pink at pace. He's missed it though. But he wouldn't have wanted to have to just drop that in very slowly for fear of the pink just rolling off a true course slightly. So finally Wu Yiza gets an opportunity. But what can he do with it?
The last time Mark Selby played the tournament was in Hong Kong last week. He was 4-1 up on Zhao Xintong. 3 up with 4 to play, lost 5-4. He knows this job is far from complete.
Yeah, and normally when you play one of the top players, I mean they're both top players, of course they are, but if you're playing somebody who's playing such fantastic snooker and you don't get a look in, it doesn't tend to affect your form, I have to say, because you haven't really done that much wrong. So I don't think Wu Yiza's form will have deteriorated as a result of losing those first 2 frames, because he never really had a look in.
Seven. 14. 15.
And in his brief career, he has produced some comebacks. Remember his English Open final against Neil Robertson.
22.
Way back after the first session, almost pulled victory out of the fire.
23.
Again, one of these situations that players love when there's a loose red at the back of the pack. You can go into the pack expecting to be on that loose red. There's a certainty. Plays a delicate control cannon. He certainly nudged a couple of balls into play there and made the pack an easier one to go into if he has to.
$31. $38.
This is the level of the game we're playing at now. These guys play these splits so well. They understand how the pack will react. And maybe, you know, as he walked back to his chair after missing that pink, Selby was thinking, I could lose the frame. That's how tough a school the World Snooker Tour is
44.
right now.
Yes, maybe 15, 20 years ago, most players went into the pack and it was a little bit of guesswork as to whether you landed
45.
on something or not, but players now have more of an intuitive way of going into the pack of reds, whereby they play it in such a way as they can almost work out which red they're likely to be on.
52.
This is exactly what Louisa needed. He needed a mistake from Mark Selby.
53.
All these could have been his had he not missed that pink to the yellow pocket.
$60.
Well, Wu is chasing his 15th century of the tournament.
61.
One in which he's made a 147, a 146 and a 143.
Yes, it was his first career 147 as well.
68.
It's a milestone out the way for any professional.
69. Louisa, 69.
68 the difference, 59 on. We know Selby's coming back, and why not with his powers of escapology. Wu could come to regret missing that black. Even if he wins the frame, it's a case of using up nervous energy.
Oh, there's no one in the game I'd least rather play in a situation like this. And look where that pink is. It's in a wonderful place to try and get the cubal in behind. But Mark Selby does need multiple snookers, so I'm sure he'll try to pot 2 reds with blacks. Leave 1 red on the table to try
9.
and create a free ball situation.
So 52 behind, 43 on.
16.
In the first round of the World Grand Prix last week, Elliot Sleser won a frame from an identical deficit against Chris Wakelin.
Well, I think I know what Mark Selby would like to do. Pop this red, get onto the black, leave the cue ball just below the pink spot to play
17.
the red in behind the black and the cue ball in behind the pink. So for me, he'd like to be just below the pink spot here, nearly parallel to the red. That's perfect. So he can play the red now behind the black, come off
24.
2 or 3 cushions and get tight in behind the pink.
Mark Selby, 24.
Well, he got the pace right, just a little too narrow, wasn't he?
But Ruiz needs to be careful not to flick off the red and going off. Oh, he caught plenty of the red. That's a great shot. Appreciated by Mark Selby, who's in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah, as they say in pool, my favourite phrase, kick and stick, they call that.
Selby may be able to get behind the black with the cue ball, but he doesn't want the red to cannon the pink to the cushion. Well, as long as he hasn't left the pot on, and I don't think he has, he can have another go.
That's what they call asking for trouble.
Yeah, the only problem is Mark Selby can get the cue ball in behind the pink, but I don't think he can leave a lot of distance between the balls. Can he put the red by the colour? No. It was tricky, he just tried to do too much perhaps. If I were who he is, I'd be putting this red right over the corner pocket. So there's no way that Mark Selby could get a free ball that would be meaningful in any way. But he hasn't played that shot. But if he's got a snooker, that won't be such a bad thing, and it is a snooker.
The black that Wu missed was so routine. It's cost him this period of anxiety. Because Selby's reputation precedes him. All the players know they are not safe in this kind of situation.
Again, that wasn't a good shot choice. He could have actually cross-doubled that red into the yellow pocket and played the cue ball down towards the black. Got to try and either force Mark Selby to pot the red or pot it himself, and that's why. It's a one-cushion escape, this, but he can't risk playing it with too much pace for fear of leaving a free ball. This looks a little narrow, doesn't it? Let's have a look. Oh, he's caught it half ball, that's okay, but Mark will expect to get another snooker here.
Excellent again. He's got so many shots. A library of them.
It was like Stan Laurel there, playing with his hair, but the green's in his way, possibly.
Well, he has put him in a fine mess, so maybe he is Stan Laurel. Don't say he's hit the black.
Foul. Mark Selby, 7.
Selby needs one snooker well within his capabilities.
Mark could run the red up towards the pink and get the snooker behind the blue. As long as the red is close to a colour, it won't be a certainty that Ruiza would escape from it without committing a foul. He's going to skim off the red instead, use the yellow and the blue as snookering balls. That was the other option. The red's travelled a little further than intended, but got the snooker in the diagonal, but it shouldn't be difficult to escape from. And if he's very lucky, he may even fluke the red.
Foul.
The whole complexion of the frame has changed. And now, the awkwardness of the green. That's one of the things that Ruiza is clinging on to. What a man. What a man.
Robotic precision there, again from Mark Selby. It's a real treat to watch him at his best. You wonder how anybody can beat him. Lots of room around the back of this red. Oh, he needs a bit of luck now. The two balls will finish close together. He's left it on. And he'll now have to pin his hopes on the fact, as Phil has already mentioned, that green being safe. But this is Mark Selby's opportunity to win frame, match and championship.
Needed either pink or black. There was no way he was ever going to play for the black because of the positional reasons to go up for the yellow.
Yes, and playing the pink as well gets it back onto its spot. It's close to the black then, which means position to the black. It'll be more straightforward. He's on the yellow, looking for one perfect positional shot. I don't think he'll try to leave a double, and I don't think he'll try to move the green. You can drop him behind it, roll it in with the rest, he'll be on the brown.
Nine.
We're being pernickety. You can't say that's absolutely perfect. You would have liked the cue ball to stop maybe half an inch earlier, but it's still pretty good.
Yes, that's absolutely right, because if you were to roll through about 6 inches to leave himself perfectly on the brown, the cue ball would be travelling just slightly towards the side cushion. This is a massive shot. Oh, he's missed it. Oh, you can see the disappointment. The match was in the bag, he felt, if that green found its target. Relief for Ruiza.
Consolation for Selby, the green has run safe.
It's okay, but you can't help but feel Mark Selby would have played that shot a little better. Mark Selby will be pleased that he can see this green, but it's still a tough safety.
After all that work, when he missed the green with the rest, I suspected that might be his chance gone. Ruiza is the most relieved man in Leicester right now.
7.
We were on the cusp of it being 3-0. On the threshold of Selby lifting the trophy, but now there's very much a case of life in the final yet. Wuyiza just leaving the arena. He's back to only 2-1 down. What a gripping frame, Dom, that was.
It was. Mark Selby, when he approached that green, he was so straight on it. Really did fancy him to knock it in, and I think had it been the first frame, he would have done, but he knew if he potted that green, the chance to win the title was there for him, and just that touch of pressure, he just caught the near jaw. Okay, it did wriggle away to safety, but he did lose the frame in the end. He should have lost it 15 minutes ago. Wuyiza missed that simple black off the spot. But all of a sudden, in his short best of fives, there's only one frame separating them. So there'll be a lot of pressure now on Mark Selby, and he plays at such a high level and has done throughout the semi-final and the first couple of frames of this final. It's very difficult when the pressure's on to keep performing that way, and you only need to make a little half mistake to lose a frame, and this match could still go the distance.
Yeah, mathematically the green wasn't frame ball, but effectively the way he's playing, it surely was. Mind you, he's got so much experience, and he'll take heart in the fact he did so well to get the 3 snookers required. I think Wuyiza will have learned a lesson there, never to miss an easy ball.
Oh, absolutely, but a couple of shot choices nearly cost him that frame as well. He had a chance to cross double the red into the yellow pocket, but what he wanted to do is to force Mark Selby to pot the red, because he would have needed 2, maybe 3 snookers. But he kept the red on the table, and Mark Selby managed to gain a 7-point penalty, which left him only needing the 1 snooker, which he got. I don't know what he's thinking about. He'll be reflecting a little bit on that last frame, but not for too long. He's got to focus on the task in hand now.
Yeah, quite a big room this at the Mattioli Arena. There are 2 arenas here. The other arena was where we played the Champion of Champions back in November. Quite a big room, so quite a route march to the facilities, as they call them. Now, though, Wu is back, and
4th frame. Mark Selby to break.
Selby breaks off, still needing that 1 frame to retain the title.
That's exactly the break-off shot that Wuyiza was hoping for. Gives him a chance to pot this red. Cue ball automatically be returning towards the bulk end of the table. Oh, he's overcut it. That would have been a good opportunity if he could have knocked it in, but the black is tied up, which will displease both players, I'm sure.
He's been cueing brilliantly, Selby. Not there, though. Unlucky, really, to leave the cue ball so close to the yellow. We're immediately playing safe, but not effective safety. Yeah, there's that white ball going over the yellow. And subtle pieces of luck like that at this level can make a huge difference. Now, will the cueing of Selby this time be more on point? You better believe it, and look at the action on the white ball. Sweetly struck, or what? Back to the green with the rest. So,
4.
super red to get in. What will it yield?
Well, it may not be much more. This red is a thin cut. Potentially double, but that would be a risk. Can he cut this back? It's very thin. Control of the cue ball won't be straightforward either. Oh, off the near jaw, but it's gone in.
5.
Good pot, but the most brilliant aspect about that shot was the way he controlled the deep screw.
Is there a red that pots into the left corner at the back of the pack? There is. Now this next shot is huge.
80.
In potting this red, Mark Selby will be scattering reds far and wide. If he gets onto a colour and pots the red, yeah, gift himself a wonderful opportunity again to get this match won.
But those snooker gods I was talking about earlier, they like making it difficult for players. What a test now for Selby with the cue ball so close to the side cushion.
Do you know, I prefer to play the blue rather than the black. My goodness me, this is tough.
That's the definition of a pressure shot. In a final, cue ball tucked under the side rail, knowing full well if he missed it, he would leave a fine player in amongst them.
Yeah, I mean, the blue had to be a consideration there. Cut the blue in the centre pocket, natural angle to avoid the cannon on the yellow, come down for the red just below the blue. But he preferred the black, and it was a much, much more difficult pot. I'm sure, having knocked it in, he'll be feeling $1 million now.
34.
When he won Group 5, the light seemed to go on in the final session. Exactly the same things happened here tonight. As the stakes rose,
41.
so did the competency, the excellency of his break, of his game in general.
$42.
I don't think for one moment Mark Selby will be going into the reds here. He'll be screwing across the two reds together to play for them into the right corner, I'm sure. If he can create enough backspin, that is. I think he'd like to have been just a touch straight on the pink. And at full stretch, he couldn't strike through the cue ball as much as he wanted to.
48.
Not as straight on either of these reds as he intended to be. And he's close to the side cushion as well, so he can really only impart topspin here to the cue ball, so a little bit of a problem.
$49.
Every shot coming the same, equal to the task. whether routine or tough.
Yes, he was forced there to dig down into the cue ball to impart stun to the cue ball. That made the pot rather tricky. But he just had to play it that way to maintain position on a colour. Now getting ever closer to a third consecutive victory here at the Championship League.
56.
One more bridge to cross. And it's been crossed with great aplomb.
63.
What a wonderful split. What a wonderful break. In any frame,
64.
in any venue around the world on the snooker tour this season, this would be a really good break, but in the clinching frame of a final, magnificent.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what great champions are capable of in all sports. They just brush aside
70.
adversities. You could have dwelt on that missed green in the previous frame, but no. Didn't worry him at all. Just carried on about his business, and we know his form's been incredible these last couple of matches.
71.
The World Championship at the Crucible is coming our way in around 9 weeks' time, and if he carries on playing like this, and if he replicates this form there, he will take all the stopping. Obviously, it's a very different
76.
environment. But you have to say, the way he's played in the semi-final and final this evening has been truly world-class.
Absolutely, Phil. It's been one of the best seasons that Mark Selby's had for quite a while. He's 42 years of age now, and he's still performing at the very highest level.
'84. '85. 92. Mark Selby, 92. Frame. And
that is a shame. He doesn't finish with a century, but what a performance from Mark Selby. A break of 42 in the first frame that was so well crafted, then runs of 128, a total clearance, and to cross the line, 92. Mark Selby retains his BetVictor Championship League title. He defeats Wu Yize by 3 frames to 1 in the title match. That was simply outstanding from the former world champion and former world #1. David Hendon's out there to have a word with him, so let's throw over to Dave.
Mark, this is not an easy event to win. You've won it 3 years running.
I know. I keep telling everyone best of fives is a bit of a lottery, but I can't really use that excuse anymore, can I? Like you say, 3 years running, incredible really, because it's such a tough tournament to even win a group, never mind win it outright. So yeah, really happy with the way I played the last 2 days.
And in general this season, I mean, this is your 3rd tournament. We know how hard it is to win 1 tournament these days. You've won 3, so is this a bit of a golden spell, maybe?
I think so. It's amazing, isn't it? In sport, confidence is everything, and having won the Champion of Champions earlier on in November, I think it was late November, that gave me the confidence going forward, and then I've just seemed to have built on that, you know. UK Championship straight after, and then I've been playing well since.
And scoring as well. You're 58 centuries this season, you know, more than anyone else, so that's a part of the game that's really, really working.
Yeah. I mean, it goes hand in hand for me. I mean, if you're confident, you sort of get on with it. You see the shots a lot quicker. When you're struggling, even when the balls are all there, you're sort of looking for problems. But at the minute, I seem to be in a good place on the table and playing some good stuff, so hopefully it can continue.
Big part of the season. We're only 2 months away from the Crucible, some big tournaments before then. So how confident do you feel, you know, as we go into Sheffield? Yeah, very confident. But as you say, for me, it's still a long way away yet. We've got another few big tournaments. We've got a big tournament next week, and then the Tour Champs, another tournament in China, Welsh Open. So,
yeah, still another 4 or 5 tournaments which I'd want to go there and trying to win and try my best in them. And if not, then I'll go to the World Championships, hopefully playing somewhere near this kind of form.
You grew up a few miles from here, Mark. You've now won 43 professional snooker titles. Pretty good choice of career.
Yeah. I mean, it's always nice to play in Leicester. You know, I know there's no crowd here, but we played the Champion of Champions here, and we seem to play a lot of qualifiers here, and this has been here for the last few years as well. So it's been ideal for me, you know, because it's only 25 minutes down the road. So yeah, home from home, and I can just play and relax, and whatever happens, I know I'm going to be sleeping in my own bed.
Excellent. Well, you've got to make room for another trophy, and I'd like to welcome Marcel Eckholt, Tournament Director, to present it to you. Well done.
Great job, Dave. An even better job from Mark Selby, who tonight was simply outstanding. Once again, he's holding that trophy, the BetVictor Championship League Snooker Trophy. It's not coming home, it's staying home here in Leicester. He's won it for 3 years in succession. Now tomorrow, he's up to Barnsley to play in the World Open qualifiers. Well, on this form, I pity the person who's got to play him. I think it's Hayden Pinney. Anyway, another title for Mark Selby. And it just remains for me, Phil Yates, and Dominic Dale and Dave Hendon to thank you all for watching over the course of the 16 days of action in this BetVictor Championship League. We will be back with the tournament, its ranking version, right here in the Mattioli Arena in Leicester in June. Hope to have your viewership then. For now, though, from Leicester, where Mark Selby again reigns supreme, it's a very good night.